Chapter 546. The change in the ancient castle caused Ziqin, who was making hand seals, to stop and turn his head to look at the ancient castle. The dragon man was finally able to catch his breath. He instantly swallowed a treasure pill. Under the rich aura of life, his injuries healed at a rate visible to the naked eye. However, his complexion was still deathly pale. His eyes were filled with fear as well as relief. If the castle hadn't trembled, he would have died. He was the descendant of the dragon, but he was almost killed by a mere human. While the dragon man was angry, his heart was also filled with endless fear. His opponent's strength was almost terrifying, especially that finger attack. It had incredible power. The moment he faced the finger attack, he felt like he was facing the wrath of the heavens. His entire soul was trembling. The castle had already taken shape and seemed to be ready to open at any time. It was constantly trembling. The entire door was wrapped in an endless stream of pitch-black energy, making it impossible to see what was happening inside. Ziqin, who turned his head, also saw nothing. He could only send a voice transmission to the demon ape to ask what was going on. The changes in the ancient castle caused everyone's attention to shift to the ancient castle. Their eyes were filled with anticipation as they waited for the ancient castle to open. Swoosh! The void behind Ziqin suddenly split open. A pitch-black sharp blade rushed out, emitting a cold light. It stabbed towards Ziqin's back. The sharp blade broke through the void and reached Ziqin's back in an instant. Monstrous killing intent appeared in the sky. A sudden change occurred, and everyone turned their heads. Then they saw a black shadow holding a sharp blade and stabbing towards Ziqin. The Heavenly Kill Alliance's Sure Kill attack. The one holding the sword was Luo Sha. He had already arrived here and met up with the other assassins. He had been hiding in the dark, quietly waiting for the castle to take shape. However, when he saw Ziqin appear, he remembered that he had been suppressed before and decided to assassinate him to show off his assassination skills. Therefore, he had been hiding, waiting for an opportunity to kill Ziqin. To be honest, Ziqin's combat strength had shocked him. He could even suppress and kill the dragon man, who is known as an undefeatable legend in the vast wilderness. He admitted that he was no match for him in a direct confrontation. But as an assassin, Luo Sha naturally couldn't confront someone head-on. At this moment, seeing that Ziqin had let down his guard, he finally seized the opportunity to make a killing blow. Seeing that the sharp blade had already pierced Ziqin's back without him noticing, Luo Sha's lips curled into a sinister smile. He believed that no matter how strong his opponent's defense was, he would be able to pierce through his heart. But in the next moment, the smile on Luo Sha's face froze. Ziqin simply extended a finger, and as if he could predict the future, he tapped the tip of the sharp blade. With a clang, the sharp blade was blocked by Ziqin's finger. No matter how much Luo Sha tried, the sharp blade didn't move an inch. At the same time, a rebounding force came from Ziqin's finger, directly sending Luo Sha flying. From the moment he blocked the blade to the moment he sent Luo Sha flying, Ziqin's back was facing him. His gaze was fixed on the castle in front of him, and he didn't even turn around to look at Luo Sha. The sinister smile in Luo Sha's eyes turned into shock. His killing blow had actually failed again. Borrowing the force of the rebounding force, he quickly retreated, wanting to hide in the void again. However, before he could disappear, a long silver spear appeared behind Luo Sha and pierced towards his back. This attack was fierce and decisive. It was also unexpected, but a small amount of energy escaped. Luo Sha sensed it in advance, and his expression changed drastically. His body instantly twisted in the air. Poof! The silver spear pierced through Luo Sha's chest, and the tip of the spear stabbed out from the other side. The spear hit its target, but it didn't pierce through Luo Sha's heart. Luo Sha's incredible twisting motion had saved his life. At the same time, he borrowed the force of the spear to charge forward. Blood spurted out, and his body left the spear and disappeared into the void. The silver spear also disappeared in an instant. As for the person holding the spear, he didn't appear either. The sky became silent again. Zi-Chen's back was still facing everyone. He looked at the castle without moving. It was as if everything that had happened in the blink of an eye was just an illusion. But the red blood that was still flying in the air clearly told everyone that everything that had just happened was real. At this, everyone's expression changed drastically. There were actually people from the Heavenly Kill Alliance hiding in the dark. They didn't know about it before. And who was that person with the silver spear? Why did he attack the assassins of the Heavenly Kill Alliance? Could it be another force? The sudden appearance of the assassins caused the group of strong cultivators of the demon clan to gather together. They protected the injured Dragonians in the middle, in case the Heavenly Kill Alliance suddenly attacked them. Meanwhile, the 4 great factions of Chaos City had also gathered together and were looking around vigilantly. The appearance of a third force made them even more cautious. The situation in front of them was very obvious. The ancient castle was about to open, and they started to clear the area. Moreover, there was a third force here. It was very likely that there was a 4th or even a 5th force. They didn't notice it before, but with Luo Sha's appearance, everyone had a feeling that there were many people and forces in the surroundings. In an instant, the humans and demons in front of the ancient castle were in danger. Swoosh! As the ancient castle shook continuously, the clearing operation started. The Heavenly Kill Alliance assassins in the dark launched the first wave of attacks. As expected of the assassins, they were fearless. They actually attacked both the human and demon forces at the same time. In an instant, the void was torn open repeatedly. Sharp blades appeared one after another. In the sky, the sure kill attacks were launched repeatedly. Monstrous, murderous intents caused the void to distort. In an instant, a total of 7 assassins launched their attacks. 2 of them attacked the 4 major forces, 2 of them attacked the demon clan, and 3 of them attacked Tyrant and the others. Swoosh! 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 The sure kill attacks came and went quickly. The sound of sharp blades piercing through bodies was heard repeatedly. Blood splattered in the sky. Then, after the attack ended, there was a loud bang on the ground. It was 6 corpses that had fallen to the ground. Among them, there were 2 humans, 2 demons, and 2 assassins. As for the assassin who attacked Tyrant, his body was pierced by the sword teeth. He was lucky to not die and hit again. However, from the blood that was floating in the air, it was obvious that he was injured. The first wave of attacks from the assassins had killed 2 people and injured 1. Everyone looked at Tyrant and the others. Their faces were full of shock and uncertainty. Zi-Chen was already strong enough. Now, even his subordinates were also very strong. Facing the assassins' sure kill attacks, not only did they not die, but they also killed the assassins in one blow. Could it be that these people were also monstrous? Apart from being doubtful, they were also deeply shocked, whether they were monstrous or not. Being able to kill the assassins from the Heavenly Assassins Union was a proof of their strength. Seeing that Zi-Chen's side was full of experts, the leaders of the 4 major forces were full of regret. However, it was obviously unrealistic to form an alliance with Tyrant again. After the sure kill attacks, the assassins went into hiding. They were like vicious wolves hiding in the dark, ready to attack again at any time. The human and demon forces were all very nervous. They held their elixir weapons and were on guard. During this time, the Dragon Man had recovered his peak combat strength. One had to admit that the Dragon Man was indeed very strong. If it wasn't for Zi-Chen's thunderbolt finger suddenly becoming strange, it would be difficult to determine the winner in a short time. After the Dragon Man appeared, his eyes turned cold as he looked around. At the same time, he was also on guard against Zi-Chen. Boom! Just as everyone was on guard, the void broke open again. This time, there was no sharp blade. What appeared was a huge palm print, emitting a destructive aura. It slammed towards Zi-Chen. Wherever the palm print passed, the space trembled. After seeing Zichen's powerful combat strength, the Dragon Man still dared to attack him. It was obvious that the attacker was not an ordinary monstrous genius. When Zichen saw the palm print, his pupils shrank instantly. His expression changed because he could feel the aura of ultimate energy from the palm print. This is a heavenly warrior. Zichen was shocked. His face was full of disbelief. Those who had ultimate energy were all heavenly warriors. Zichen was very clear about this. However, since becoming a heavenly warrior, he had only seen Sulong, who was a heavenly warrior. However, the one who secretly attacked him had ultimate energy. Obviously, he would be the second heavenly warrior that Zichen had seen. The palm print formed by ultimate energy was extremely terrifying. Moreover, from this attack, Zichen could clearly feel that the opponent's realm was much higher than his. Tyrannical fist! Zichen shouted. Pure yang energy emerged from abdomen. This energy appeared from abdomen and rushed towards his fist. Zichen could easily deal with ordinary battles. He did not use all of his ultimate energy. Therefore, ordinary people could not sense Zichen's ultimate energy. At this moment, facing a heavenly warrior's attack, he had to use all of his strength. The golden fist light collided with the palm print. A destructive aura burst out. The powerful attack was blocked by Zichen, but he was forced to retreat dozens of steps. After one exchange, Zichen was at a disadvantage. But in that exchange, the crowd was overwhelmed with shock because they could already feel the aura of that extreme energy. It proved that the person who had unleashed that palm was a heaven-level cultivator. There was actually a heavenly warrior hiding in the dark. Everyone was shocked. However, what shocked them was that Zichen's attack was also ultimate energy. The opponent was obviously a heavenly warrior. Heavenly warrior. Zichen is actually a heavenly warrior. The leaders of the four factions were shocked. They wished they could kill themselves on the spot. They had actually missed the opportunity to befriend a heavenly warrior. Instead, they had gone to find the Dragon Man. Chapter 547. The two sky martial artists were fighting in the open and in the dark. The Dragon Man was also shocked. He did not expect that there would be a sky martial artist hiding in the dark. But what shocked him even more was that the human who fought with him before was also a sky martial artist. But the Dragon Man hadn't sensed the existence of the ultimate energy before. In other words, the human hadn't displayed his strongest battle strength, possessed the strongest constitution, and was also a sky martial artist. The Dragonman's face turned even paler. After the confrontation between the sky martial artists, everyone sank into silence. Some were shocked, and some were filled with regret. From the broken void, Zichen saw a look of surprise. But then that surprise turned into disdain. Then the sky martial artist disappeared. The human continued to hide and didn't show himself immediately. But Zichen could clearly see the mockery and ridicule in his eyes. Due south. In one exchange, Zichen was pushed back. He had suffered a small loss. He didn't say a word. The devil ape's voice resounded in his mind. Then he looked coldly at a certain place in the void. He suddenly looked at the empty void and grinned. His smile became sinister and sinister. Then his hands began to shine. His golden fingertips danced like fairies. Seals appeared one after another. Thunderbolt finger. As the last seal fell, a golden thunderbolt finger appeared in the void. It was also a finger attack, but this time its power was 30% stronger. The thick golden finger carried a destructive aura of lightning as it directly pointed at the void. As the fingerprint fell, the void exploded with a loud bang, and an extreme energy gushed out from it, blocking the devastating fingerprint. At the same time, a wretched figure flashed out from the exploded void, and at the place where the energy surged, there were drops of blood sprinkling down. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Zichen, who had just suffered a loss, had actually injured a sky martial artist with one attack. The power of that finger attack was really incredible. Zichen was also stunned. because when he had attacked just now, he had already sensed where the problem was. It was between his eyebrows. The problem was there. When Xiao Chen's thunderbolt finger appeared, there seemed to be a strange energy coming from his forehead, making the finger imprint even stronger. Between Zi Chen's eyebrows, there was a thunder mark. He had obtained it in the holy burial ground. However, this mark had automatically disappeared not long after. Zi Chen hadn't paid much attention to it. He didn't expect that the thunderbolt finger would suddenly change, and he could feel the existence of the thunder mark again. In a certain void in the ancient battlefield, Zi Chen's use of the power of thunder had caused the thunder waves to pass through the layers of space and reach this place. This was a silver world. Silver lights flashed everywhere, like little snakes swimming around, illuminating the surroundings. If one looked closely, they would discover that each of these little silver snakes was formed from a bolt of lightning. Each of them emitted a terrifying heavenly might containing inconceivable power. In the center of this silver world, there was a pair of huge silver bone wings. Each bone wing was 1,000 meters long, and when they spread out, they covered the sky. These huge bone wings were formed by rays of silver light. They were dazzling, and each ray of silver light that formed the bone wings contained a vast heavenly might. Outside the ancient castle, Zi Chen had injured a sky-level warrior. His battle strength was terrifying. For a moment, the battle that had been clearing the battlefield paused for a moment. All the forces were afraid of each other and didn't dare to act recklessly. Zi Chen and the others didn't bother to clear the battlefield. The demon ape was already prepared. If the ancient castle opened, it would be the first to rush in. During this time, the ancient castle trembled continuously. Rays of black energy surged. It seemed that the ancient castle's gate could open at any time, constantly stimulating everyone's nerves. Boom! The world trembled again. This time, more black energy emerged from the ancient castle. The black energy finally rushed out of the ancient castle's gate, like a black tunnel that extended out. The towering ancient castle's gate also opened at this time. An ancient and vast aura rushed out. The ancient castle's gate opened to everyone. It was a dark tunnel that seemed to extend to another world. Everyone could only see the tunnel, but they couldn't see what was behind it. The tunnel is open. I can feel the blood calling me even more intensely, said the demon ape using telepathy. He was very excited. When the gate opened, everyone's expression changed. Greed, excitement, madness, ferocity, all kinds of expressions were changing. Murderous qi filled the air. The atmosphere was already oppressive, but now it was even more oppressive. Looking at the gate of the ancient castle, everyone's breathing became ragged. Their expressions were changing unceasingly. Finally, they all stopped and became crazy. People died for wealth. Birds died for food. The atmosphere became even more oppressive. A great battle could break out at any time. In the calm before the storm, Zi Chen signaled Wang Qiong and the others to move back. Boom! Intense energy began to surge, and the battle that was on the verge of breaking out instantly began. Another battle to clear out the field began, and this time it was even fiercer and more desperate. The first wave of attacks was launched by the unscrupulous assassins. A dozen black silhouettes appeared in the sky. Each one of them released a deadly attack. Their sharp blades cut towards the four forces of Chaos City. Die. When the gate of the ancient castle opened, the four forces of Chaos City also became crazy. They had the advantage in numbers. Therefore, they immediately launched their most ferocious counterattack. In an instant, the sound of sharp weapons piercing flesh was unceasingly heard. The ground was filled with the sound of corpses falling down. In the midst of a large number of deaths, a chaotic battle started. Boom! Violent energies surged. The space was torn apart again. A palm formed by the energy appeared again. It was the Tian cultivator attacking again. However, this time his target wasn't Zi Chen, but Wang Qiong and the others who were retreating. Amitabha, Tyrant's body was flickering with golden light. He immediately put away his sword teeth and put his palms together. He looked solemn and dignified. Then a golden light shield appeared and protected him. Golden talismans were flashing on the shield. An old monk was chanting scriptures. The two of them formed a strange and powerful force, forming the strongest defense. Following Zi Chen's instructions, Wang Qiong and the others were still retreating. However, Tyrant was still protecting the shield. He took a step forward and blocked the attack for them. A moment later, the palm fell and an earth-shattering explosion sounded. The palm imprint was destroyed, and the energy within it was unceasingly attacking the golden light barrier. The entire light barrier was unceasingly twisting and shaking, but in the end, the light barrier was able to resist the attack of the cultivator of the Tianqi layer. The Tian cultivator's attack had been dissolved. Looking at the dazzling golden light shield, Tyrant was slightly startled. He was a bit absent-minded. Suddenly, the space behind him split apart and another sharp blade appeared. It was filled with cold lights. It contained a deadly attack and attacked Tyrant. Tyrant was still in a daze. He didn't notice that. The sharp blade instantly hit the light shield. However, a metallic sound was heard. Golden lights flashed and blocked the attack. The assassin's expression changed drastically as he blocked the attack of the heaven-level warrior and his killing blow. At this moment, the monk who was in a daze turned around. He still had a benevolent expression on his face as he calmly pointed at the assassin. Puff! Under the assassin's shocked expression, a golden light shot out from Tyrant's fingertip. Then it easily pierced through the elixir weapon in his hand and his body, destroying his soul. The next moment his vision turned black. He held the elixir weapon with a hole in it and fell to the ground. Tyrant looked at the golden finger, then at the protective light shield around him. Then he looked at the elixir weapon in the assassin's hand that had been pierced through. He was completely dumbfounded. It seemed that his battle strength had suddenly skyrocketed. A chaotic battle broke out. Other than the hidden assassins, all the other forces also appeared. The Tian cultivator appeared. He was a young man wearing armor that shone brightly. His attack actually couldn't break through the defense of Tyrant. His cold eyes were filled with disbelief. Zi Chen was strange. He didn't want to provoke Tyrant. Therefore, as soon as he appeared, he charged at Tyrant. At the same time, the demons also suffered waves of powerful attacks. In an instant, many demons died. The opponent was very strong. Ordinary demons were slaughtered. Fortunately, they were stopped by the Dragonians. This was an opponent that was not weaker than the Tian cultivator. He was evenly matched with the Dragonians. In the chaotic battle, the four major forces suffered the most. They had the most people, but they were targeted by the assassins of the Heavenly Kill Union. Even if they went all out, they were no match for the assassins. With each killing blow, the sound of sharp blades piercing through flesh rang out unceasingly. Miserable cries reverberated in the sky. One figure after another fell from the sky. Amidst the loud bangs, nearly half of the people had fallen. Their eyes were filled with despair. Among them, the leaders of the four major forces even called for Zi Chen's help. Zi Chen, save us. If you protect us to enter the ancient castle, we will definitely thank you when we return. In the midst of their pleas, there were all kinds of promises. However, Zi Chen's face was cold. He was indifferent to them. His eyes were fixed on the pitch-black tunnel. Boom! Suddenly, there was a violent explosion in front of the tunnel. A tall black figure flew out from the void. He seemed to have been sent flying by a strong force. The silver spear in his hand was almost knocked out of his hand. The demonic ape who was about to sneak into the tunnel was sent flying by the energy. Moreover, he was injured by the opponent in one blow. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. After he stabilized himself, he saw a figure in front of him. The figure was burning with flames. He was like a man on fire. He couldn't see the other party's face at all. He was the one who sent the demonic ape flying with one blow and protected the tunnel. As soon as the other party appeared, he emitted a strong aura. Then he pointed 2 fingers at the void. 2 sparks flew out of his hand and fell into the void. Boom! Boom! The sparks exploded in the void. 2 burning corpses fell to the ground. However, before the corpses hit the ground, they were turned into ashes by the flames. Chapter 548. It was just an ancient castle. At most, it could be considered a relic. However, in the entire ancient battlefield, there were at least 50 to 60 such relics, if not 100 or 80. However, it was just an ordinary relic. Look at how many experts had appeared in front of them. There were 2 heaven-level martial artists, and there were also many existences that were not weaker than heaven-level martial artists. Moreover, the flaming man that was emitting flames was extremely powerful. The energy that surged around his body made people's hearts palpitate. This reminded the knowledgeable Dragonians of a legend about the flaming man. Damn it, why is it a legend again? The Dragonians were furious. They were the invincible divine dragon bloodline, but they were being suppressed again and again today. He was extremely angry. Hence, he was furious and started to call for help. A sharp and ear-piercing signal suddenly soared into the sky. Then it exploded in the sky. A strange energy fluctuation spread in all directions. This was the signal of the Dragonians. It was a signal for all the Dragonians to gather. There was an emergency. It was also a signal to command the demon race. When the demon race saw the signal, they had to rush over as fast as possible. At the same time, various signals soared into the sky. It could not be helped. The strength of the cultivators here was too strong. Even the assassins who were good at solo assassination began to call for their companions. In an instant, various signals soared into the sky. They were like beautiful fireworks exploding in the sky. It was gorgeous and eye-catching. Seeing the signals flying in the sky, the leaders of the 4 forces were completely dumbfounded. They had prepared for a long time before bringing a group of experts here. They never expected to encounter such a situation in the first relic. The assassins of the Heavenly Kill Alliance and the demon race of the Wasteland were no match for them. They began to send out signals. Obviously, there was nothing for them to do here. Next, it was a battle between a heaven-level martial artist and a cultivator whose strength was comparable to a heaven-level martial artist. It was also an even more tragic battle. How could this be? The 4 of them were flustered and exasperated. They had brought many experts here to show off their grand plan in the depths of the ancient battlefield. They wanted to get more rewards and return with a full load. But when they saw the battle not far away, they saw that it was a battle between Tian-level cultivators, or at least someone who was comparable to a Tian-level cultivator. They felt despair in their hearts. Furthermore, they could clearly sense that the advantage of numbers wasn't always a deterrent. Every single strong cultivator there could easily slaughter them. Let's retreat. This is a battle between Tian-level cultivators. If we don't retreat, our people will all die. Wu Bo sighed helplessly. At this moment, even Ziqin couldn't protect them, because this battle had changed from a battle between ordinary geniuses to a battle between Tian-level cultivators. Retreat! Seeing that many people from the Yao clan were already retreating, they could only follow suit. At this point, they were reduced to spectators. At this moment, they finally understood why the past few generations of the clan had never returned. It was not because there were too few of them, but because they lacked strength. All of them were Tian-level cultivators. Once there was a conflict of interest, they would be slaughtered. How could they survive? In addition to being annoyed, they were also deeply jealous. It was just a group of barbarians, but there were 2 Tian-level cultivators among them. Although the monk was not a Tian-level cultivator, he was not any weaker than a Tian-level cultivator. And that demonic ape was also terrifyingly strong. The Burning Man was very strong. He injured the demonic ape with 1 attack and then casually pointed 2 fingers to kill the 2 geniuses. Ziqin felt a dangerous aura from the Burning Man. Die! Ziqin shouted. His expression was extremely solemn. A broken spear appeared in his hand in an instant, carrying a monstrous killing intent. It was like a blood-red lightning, piercing towards the burning man. The burning man raised his hand to block the attack. The blazing flames burned fiercely. In the blazing heat, there was a terrifying energy surging. Clang! The broken spear hit the burning man, but it made a clanging sound. Zichen's powerful attack did not break through the burning man's defense. At the same time, he was also pushed back. A mere Hotion-level cultivator dares to attack me? You're courting death, the burning man said coldly. Then he flicked his finger toward Zichen. The next moment, a small spark rushed toward Zichen. The small spark was only the size of a fingernail, but Zichen felt a terrifying aura from it. His pupils shrank, and he held the broken spear to block. A terrifying energy emerged on the tip of the spear. The spark exploded, instantly destroying the energy on the tip of the spear. At the same time, a huge force rushed through the spear to Zichen, directly pushing him back. Zichen, who was pushed back, was shocked. The burning man's strength was really strong, just a mere Hotion-level cultivator. The burning man's disdainful voice became louder. Light flashed in his hand, and the sparks splashed like raindrops, rushing towards Zichen. Buzz! Zichen's body flashed with a resplendent golden light. He was like a Gene family war god. The aura of ultimate energy in his body surged through his body. At this moment, the perfect body completely erupted. As the pale golden blood surged, it emitted a monstrous sound. A powerful force emerged from the pale golden blood. With the addition of the perfect body and ultimate energy, Zichen raised his combat strength to its peak. The broken spear in his hand began to glow, but it wasn't the usual blood-red color. Instead, it was blood gold. There was a hint of gold in the blood-red color. The broken spear flashed as blood gold energy began to surge. Like a blood gold bolt of lightning, it struck the sparks. Every time the tip of the spear landed on the sparks, it would trigger an explosion. A powerful energy would emerge, but before the energy could spread, it was destroyed by the broken spear. In the blink of an eye, many sparks were destroyed by Zichen. He stood with his spear in hand and looked coldly at the burning man. Oh, a mere postnatal realm warrior actually has such means. I've underestimated you. There was a hint of surprise in the burning man's words, but he was still disdainful. Right on the heels of that, he struck out at Zichen. This time, a huge flaming palm appeared, emitting a terrifying high temperature as it struck at Zichen. This was the first time the burning man had used a combat skill. It was extremely powerful. Even the powerful Zichen didn't dare say that he could easily withstand it. Suddenly, a lightning mark flashed between Zichen's eyebrows. Following that, Zichen felt his body fill with power. This power was powerful and terrifying. When he looked at the flaming hand that he had been extremely afraid of, he felt that it was just an ordinary attack. After that, he pointed at the flaming hand. It was easy and simple, but to be on the safe side, Zichen still used his finger bone. Pop! With a soft sound, the powerful flaming hand was hit by Zichen. It was extremely easy. The energy in the flaming hand didn't even have time to explode before it was completely annihilated. In the blazing hot air, there was an obvious chill. This chill came from the burning man. A mere postnatal realm warrior had broken his attacks one after another. This made him lose face. The next moment, he turned into a flaming light and rushed towards Zichen. There was no powerful combat skill, only brute force. Obviously, he wanted to use violent means to directly smash Zichen to death. Feeling the power in his body getting stronger and stronger, Zichen looked at the burning man rushing towards him with a disdainful smile. The golden energy flashed, and he once again raised his middle finger towards the burning man. Boom! An explosion resounded through the sky. The terrifying energy dissipated between the two, forming a ripple of energy. Zichen's finger pointed at the burning man's forehead. With just this finger, he blocked the Burning Man's attack and dissolved all of his energy attacks. "Ah!" the Burning Man shouted. His voice shook the sky. At the same time, an even stronger flame rushed out of his body and spread towards Zichen. He was determined to burn his opponent. At the same time, Zichen's fingertip emerged a burst of energy with the power of thunder and lightning. It instantly dispersed the flames that emerged from the Burning Man's body. At the same time, the Burning Man was blown away. The flames around the Burning Man slowly converged and turned into a handsome young man. At this moment, his eyes were full of shock. He was so powerful, but he was suppressed by a mere postnatal realm warrior. Similarly, the other warriors who were fighting not far away were also shocked. In their opinion, the biggest threat here was the Burning Man. But at this moment, the Burning Man was blown away by a human's finger. The Burning Man's appearance only flashed for a moment, and then the flames surged again. Thunderbolt finger. Feeling the powerful energy in his body, Zichen once again used the pure Thunderbolt combat skill. As he pointed his finger, the golden finger became even more terrifying, and then it touched the Burning Man's body. The Burning Man's body suddenly shook, and then he was blown away again. The flames that had just ignited around his body were extinguished again. Bang! At the same time, the battle between the monk and the Heaven Realm warrior in the distance had also come to an end. A golden palm print blew the Heaven Realm warrior away. The monk won. Zichen defeated the Burning Man, and the monk defeated the Heaven Realm warrior. Such terrifying combat power could be said to have shocked everyone. Everyone's eyes looked in this direction, and there were all kinds of complicated emotions in their eyes. Zichen's eyes were cold, and he ignored the Burning Man. His cold eyes looked at a certain place in the void, and then he pointed his finger again. With one point, heaven and earth shook and the void shattered. Amidst the explosion, Luo Sha's figure appeared. His face was full of fear and shock. The attack just now had blown up half of his body, and fresh blood splattered from the sky. He had suffered a fatal injury. Bang! At the same time, Zichen waved his hand in the air. In the next moment, a burst of energy appeared in front of Luo Sha at lightning speed, and then it hit him. It was unknown whether it was a coincidence or intentional, but the place where Luo Sha landed was where Wang Qiong and the others were. At this moment, Wang Qiong, Wang Xian, and Wang Shan's eyes were shining with hatred. Mournful screams were heard, and Wang Shan was being tortured inhumanly. During this period of time, Zichen constantly attacked the air. Amidst the explosions, the black-clothed men who charged at Wang Qiong's group were blasted away by the energy. They fell to the ground and lost their lives. Chapter 549. Zichen's strength shocked everyone. The fierce battle stopped because of this. The monk appeared in front of Zichen. The demon ape was there too. The three of them stood in the air and looked around. No one dared to look at them. Intentionally or unintentionally, the other experts began to exchange glances. They could see fear and alarm in each other's eyes. In the next moment, everyone nodded heavily. Then a terrifying energy surged. The Dragonians, sky martial artists, and other forces that were comparable to sky martial artists all attacked Zichen. Obviously, Zichen's threat was too great. Many of the strong cultivators felt uneasy, so they chose to join forces at this moment. The crazy energy swept across the sky. The joint attack of the strong cultivators was very powerful. It swept towards the three like a tsunami. Attack! The three of them shouted at the same time. Dazzling golden light filled the sky. The fierce attack spread in all directions. Boom! The golden light that filled the sky was extremely powerful. It instantly destroyed the joint attack of many strong cultivators. At the same time, the strong cultivators were also sent flying by the powerful force of the golden light. What? Seeing the Dragonians and other strong cultivators were all sent flying. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. They were also flying, but the opponent's strength seemed to be a little too strong. They're strange. They must have used some kind of secret technique. Everyone attacked quickly. They can't hold on for long, the Burning Man, who didn't participate in the battle, suddenly said. Flames burned around his body again. As a legendary cultivator, he had always been high and mighty. He didn't even care about cultivators of the Tianqi layer. But today he had encountered the strange Ziqin, who had beaten him so badly that he couldn't do anything about it. Therefore he had put down his pride and decided to join hands with the others. Their combat strength suddenly increased a lot. It must be some kind of secret technique. It will disappear soon. The Dragonians were experienced and knowledgeable. They nodded at this moment. Kill! The others heard and nodded. Killing intent surged around them again. Then they attacked with all their strength. With the addition of the Burning Man, their joint attack became even more terrifying. However, they were still suppressed by Ziqin and Tyrant's strange combat strength. This time, the Devil Ape didn't even make a move. Just the combination of Ziqin and Tyrant was enough to send them flying again. The Dragon Man was heavily injured. Several of his ribs were broken, and he grimaced in pain. The Fireman was bleeding from the corner of his mouth, and his face was pale. The others were more or less injured as well. What kind of secret technique is this? How could it be so terrifying? Seeing that the other party's attacks were getting stronger and stronger, everyone was shocked. The stronger the energy stimulation, the greater the side effects of the secret technique. Everyone attack with all your might. Don't hold back anymore. I believe they won't be able to hold on for more than a few breaths. The Burning Man wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes shining with an unwilling, cold light. If the other party did not have a secret technique, even if it was 1 against 2, he was confident that he could kill the other party. However, the appearance of this inexplicable secret technique gave the two of them almost invincible battle prowess among those of the same level. Furthermore, a secret technique that could make one invincible among those of the same level could already be called a divine skill. Only a few breaths of powerful battle prowess. The group of experts regained their confidence and rushed forward for the 3rd time. This time they used all their strength, and their attacks were more than 30% stronger than before. Boom! Everyone's attacks with all their strength were instantly scattered after facing Ziqin and Tyrant's casual attacks. Then they were sent flying for the 3rd time, coughing up blood. Although they had powerful battle prowess, Ziqin and Tyrant were not as excited as they had imagined. They looked at each other and saw doubt in each other's eyes. Obviously, they didn't know how their battle prowess became so strong. The doubt in their hearts didn't stop them from enjoying this battle prowess, nor did it stop them from doing something with this powerful battle prowess. The two of them looked at the spirit rings of the experts and glanced at them frequently. It should be known that these people were either Tian-level cultivators or cultivators who were comparable to Tian-level cultivators. Each and every one of them had a very strong background. These people had a very strong background and were extremely wealthy. Obviously, as members of these big forces, these strong cultivators should be very rich. The two of them looked at each other and saw the same thought in each other's eyes. It was rare for them to agree. So the two of them began to fight seriously, launching attacks after attacks. Switching from passive counterattacks to active attacks, the experts began to be unlucky. They coughed up blood and were sent flying again and again. Some of them were even sent flying more than 10 miles. However, the original intention of the two of them was to kill and steal the treasures, not simply send them flying while coughing up blood. However, regardless of whether they were celestial warriors or existences comparable to celestial warriors, they were not so easy to kill. Demon Ape, don't worry about us. Quickly enter the passage and get the inheritance. The battle was completely one-sided. Except for the experts comparable to celestial warriors, the others were scared out of their wits and hid in the distance. No one dared to assassinate in the dark. Therefore, Ziqin signaled for the Demon Ape to leave. Before the Demon Ape entered the passage, a crazy energy emerged from the distance, followed by a powerful aura. Roar! Suddenly, a strange sound came from the sky. It was clear and loud like a dragon's roar, shaking people's souls. A dragon man with 2 horns on his head and a long tail appeared. He was handsome and could be called perfect. Compared to the previous dragon men, the aura around him was even more terrifying. As soon as he appeared, he saw the dragon man being sent flying more than 10 miles by Zichin. He coughed up blood, and the crisp sound of bones breaking could be heard. Instantly, he frowned, and his face turned gloomy. Murderous intent surged around him. How dare you attack the dragon men? Today will be the day you die. As the cold words fell, monstrous energy began to surge. The dragon man turned into a beam of light and rushed toward Zichin. Lord Longxing is here. Amidst the exclamations of the demon race cultivators, Longxing rushed to Zichin. His face was cold, and his hand glowed as he launched a terrifying attack toward his opponent. Scram! Zichin shouted and pointed at Longxing. The golden finger instantly shattered Longxing's attack. At the same time, the power of the finger broke through the energy and hit Longxing. In the next moment, Longxing vomited blood and was sent flying. The powerful Longxing was defeated in one attack. His eyes were filled with shock. The demon race cultivators who were cheering were also in a daze. The dragon man flew back from more than 10 miles away and shouted, "Big brother!" He used a strange secret technique. His combat power is very strong. Let's attack him together. Crushing. It was completely crushing and pushing forward. Zichen's combat power was too strong. Dozens of breaths had passed, but his combat power was still so strong. The terrifying energy between heaven and earth surged again. This time, it was a heaven martial artist. His body was surging with extreme energy. If it was any other time, the appearance of the other party would definitely cause cheers. But today, Zichen's sharpness overshadowed everything. Even the appearance of a heaven martial artist did not bring about the effect of cheering. Instead, everyone looked at him with pity. Die. Sure enough, after a shout, the other party attacked Zichin. But everyone believed that the speed of the other party's return would not be slower than the speed of the attack. Bang! The heaven martial artist came quickly and flew quickly as well. It was completely unexpected. He was sent flying just like that. Not far ahead, there were more than 10 heaven martial artists. All of them were bleeding from the corners of their mouths. They were all injured. They were all here to help, but they were also suppressed. Zichen and Tyrant showed a kind of invincible method to the group of strong cultivators. They suppressed the Dragon Man, the Heaven Martial Artist, and even the Fireman. Today's battle was destined to make the two famous in the entire southern region. They would become the focus of all forces. But that was not the focus. They did not care. What they cared about was whether the Heaven Martial Artists would die or not. Although they could easily suppress them and send them flying, so far, not a single Heaven Martial Artist had died. The two of them were guarding the passage, preventing anyone from entering. At the same time, they were unable to chase after the injured Heaven Martial Artists. They had enough time to heal. Once they recovered, they would charge forward again. How is this possible? They have almost endless power. What kind of secret art is this? Seeing the two of them fight for dozens of breaths, the fireman's shock reached an extreme. He was unable to imagine that such an invincible secret art had appeared in the martial heaven continent. Boom! Golden light flashed, and he was sent flying once more. The fireman had already forgotten how many times he had been sent flying. In short, it seemed that every time the other side became stronger, he would be sent flying again. The people in the distance were completely dumbfounded. Clearly, the two of them were incomparably terrifying. It was far beyond their expectations. They had actually suppressed so many experts and guarded the passage. If they had known earlier, they would have allied with each other. They were filled with regret. Behind Zichin, in the pitch-black passage, the sound of energy exploding rang out. Then, pitch-black energy began to surge. Swish! A moment later, a black figure flew out of the passage. It was the devil ape that had charged into the passage not long ago. It had actually charged out quickly. What? Has the inheritance been completed? Asked Zichin curiously. No. The other end of the passage has been sealed by an indescribable energy. There's no way to open it, said the devil ape dispiritedly. What? Zichin frowned. He was about to enter the passage. With his current power, he could even fight a king ancient beast. He was confident in opening a passage. However, as soon as he rushed into the passage, he turned into a beam of light and rushed out. Zichen's expression changed drastically as he rushed out at top speed. At the same time, he shouted at the devil ape and the monk, "It's dangerous!" After saying that, Zichen turned into a ray of light and flew into the distance. At the same time, the monk and the demonic ape followed closely behind Zichen. As soon as the three of them left the passage, a burst of energy spread out. Chapter 550. Boom! Violent energy surged, and the dark tunnel suddenly exploded. A powerful wave spread out in all directions, and the whole world trembled because of the explosion. The dark energy gushed out like rolling black smoke, filling the whole world. An oppressive and palpitating aura rushed out from the ancient castle. The void was distorted, and the power of space was raging. In an instant, it was like the end of the world. All the Yukong warriors collapsed on the ground, their faces full of fear. In the ancient castle, a vast power of heaven emerged, sweeping out in all directions, making people's hearts tremble. All the Yukong warriors were lying on the ground, burying their heads deep into the ground. Above their heads was the raging power of the void. Once they came in contact with it, they would be crushed instantly. However, it was not safe to lie on the ground. The earth was shaking, and cracks would appear one after another. Some unlucky Yukong warriors accidentally fell into the cracks caused by the surge of energy. Once they fell in, they would quickly turn into nothingness. Zichen and the other two were the closest to the ancient castle, so they could feel the power of the heavens the most. At this moment, fear rose in their hearts. Only the devil ape's eyes were filled with excitement, as if the call of its bloodline had become even stronger. The dark tunnel from before had exploded, and the trembling sound spread throughout the whole battlefield. At the same time, the power of heaven spread out from the ancient castle, vast and mighty. For a moment, the ancient beasts were crawling, screaming in fear and kowtowing in this direction. Boom! The tunnel was shattered, and a vast power of heaven emerged. However, it was not the end. It was just the beginning. Another earth-shattering explosion came from the ancient castle, and the whole ancient castle shook again. It was as if there was a supreme expert attacking the ancient castle in a frenzy and was about to rush out. Waves of powerful energy waves escaped from the ancient castle, spreading out in all directions. The void that had just recovered was distorted again, and the destructive power of the void surged. With the power of the void above their heads, the earth cracked from time to time, as if the real end of the world had arrived. The Yukong warriors fell to the ground, their eyes full of fear. Along with the loud tremors, many people were knocked out by the energy waves. Zichen also felt a buzzing sound coming from his sea of consciousness. His mind was in a mess, and his thoughts became sluggish. Beside him, the monk buried his head deep into the ground and covered his ears with both hands. However, this violent wave was transmitted directly into his sea of consciousness. The sound of people coughing up blood could be heard continuously. More people fainted in midair. Many people were swallowed by the large cracks on the ground while they were unconscious. Boom! Boom! The sounds of explosions continued, and the peerless heavenly might became stronger and stronger. The black energy continued to surge from the ancient castle, and under the boundless black energy, the originally dusky world became pitch black. One couldn't even see their own fingers in front of them. Just as the crowd was on the verge of collapsing and fainting, a ray of light suddenly appeared in the pitch-black sky. This was a weak light, like a candle flame in a dark night. It flickered and flickered, but there was no doubt that this candle flame was strong. It tore through the darkness and brought light. The candle flame broke through the darkness and emitted light. As time passed, the candle-like light suddenly became resplendent. In the end, it turned into a dazzling golden sun that fell from the sky. When the golden light fell on everyone's bodies, it felt warm. The suffocating heavens might seem to no longer be terrifying under the light. Everyone blocked the heavens' might and raised their heads with great difficulty, wanting to see where the golden light came from. The blazing golden light was like a golden sun that fell, emitting a peaceful and holy aura. As the golden sun fell, the crowd suddenly opened their mouths and eyes wide. They were dumbfounded and shocked. They saw that the warm golden light that fell from the sky was not emitted by the golden sun, but by a small shining world. The small world appeared in the void, emitting thousands of golden light. As the golden light fell, a sacred aura spread. When the black energy came into contact with the golden light, it silently dissipated as if it was being purified. The golden light fell on the crowd, sacred and peaceful. The oppressive heavenly might was also blocked by the golden light. After surviving the disaster, the crowd heaved a sigh of relief. They climbed up from the ground and looked at the cracks in the distance. They still had lingering fears. The black energy covered the sky and the sun, covering a radius of dozens of miles. The golden world only opened up a safe zone for the crowd. Outside the golden light, the oppressive heavenly might was still there. What's going on? Hearing the loud tremors in the ancient castle and the golden world that appeared above their heads, the crowd was puzzled. Subconsciously, they looked at Zichen and the rest. Before the ancient castle exploded, the devil ape was the first to enter, followed by Zichen. Ignoring the gazes of the crowd, Zichen first found Wang Qiong and the others. Thankfully, they were all still alive, not a single one of them missing. Wang Xian, Er's body was still stained with reddish-brown soil. When she saw Zichen, she threw herself into his arms and cried. Just a moment ago, she had almost fallen into the big crack. If the spirit-devouring rat had not saved her at the critical moment, she would have been finished. Damn it, what's going on? The excited devil ape also sensed something strange. That was because there were loud noises coming from within the ancient castle. It was as if there was a living creature inside. Furthermore, the bloodline call he sensed in his heart had become even more intense. That made his hair stand on end. This was something that no one could give an answer to. No one could even guess why a good inheritance would become like this. Where did this golden world come from? No one knew about all of this. The usually active monk was silent at this moment. His eyes were fixed on the golden world, and his expression was one of bewilderment. The golden world protected the crowd and prevented them from feeling anything unusual. However, outside the golden world, the oppressive heavenly might was getting stronger. Moreover, the explosions in the ancient castle were getting more intense. Amitabha. Suddenly, a faint Buddhist chant rang out from the small world. A large patch of golden light shone down, and the golden world started to extend. The sudden Buddhist chant gave everyone a fright. As if it was a conditioned reflex, everyone's gaze turned towards the golden world. There was a patch of golden light that was dazzling. Other than the golden light, they could not see anything else. It's a false alarm. It's that monk chanting the Buddhist chant. Someone pretended to be smart when he did not see anything. Damn that monk. Why is he chanting the Buddhist chant? It's so scary. The others were dissatisfied, but they did not dare to say anything. This was because the combat strength that the monk had displayed previously had completely shocked them. After comforting Wang Xian, Zichen turned his head. His gaze was fixed on the golden world. He was beside the monk and naturally knew that the Buddhist chant did not come from the monk, but from the small world. The monk's expression changed instantly after hearing the Buddhist chant. He was in disbelief, then agitated and hesitant. Just as the crowd was discussing, the extended golden world had already collided with the pitch-black energy in the ancient castle several times. Every time they collided, a destructive force would emerge. However, with the protection of the golden light, the crowd could not clearly sense what was happening outside. The sea of bitterness is boundless. Turn back and see the shore. Sky-splitting battle ape, it's time for you to stop. The Buddhist chant rang out again, and a compassionate voice resounded. This time, the crowd heard it clearly. This voice was coming from the golden world. In an instant, the crowd's expressions changed. There was actually a living, human monk in the golden world. Old bald donkey, you dare to stop me? However, in the next instant, a cold and furious voice rang out from the ancient castle. There's also a living creature in the ancient castle. The crowd's expressions changed. They had thought that the ancient castle was some kind of inheritance. They had never imagined that there would be a living creature in it. The demonic ape's expression turned extremely ugly. Through the conversation, it had already guessed that the one speaking in the ancient castle was another sky-splitting battle ape. Zi Chen's expression also changed. This result was truly unexpected. For a moment, the crowd did not know what to say. Amitabha, this poor monk is only in charge of suppressing this place. If you know your place, this poor monk will naturally leave. The compassionate voice rang out from the golden world again. Pa, you old bald donkey, know your place. Keep dreaming. Today, I will break through this place. Let's see if you have the ability to stop me. The tyrannical voice rang out once more. Then an extremely powerful energy surged out from the ancient castle. This energy brought with it an overflowing might. It instantly charged toward the golden world, and destructive energy surged out once more. The golden world was knocked back. The portion of it that had spread out earlier had actually completely shrunk back. Furthermore, the 1,000-meter-long golden world was now only several hundred meters wide. Humph! A mere bald donkey dares to stop me? Do you believe that I won't charge out, shatter your world, and destroy both your soul and body? The tyrannical voice rang out once more. This poor monk is just a remnant of my will. So what if I die? However, you, a foreign race, can forget about appearing. The compassionate voice was much stricter. Pa, just based on a bald donkey like you? It's not that I'm looking down on you, but you're not qualified. Hurry up and call the others out. Today, I will kill all of you one by one. As the tyrannical voice rang out, another surge of energy rushed out from the ancient castle. The pitch-black energy covered the horizon. Darkness took over everything, and it began to suppress the golden world. The golden world began to tremble. Then it shrank once more. Some of the air creatures that were at the edge were instantly swept away by the pitch-black energy. They didn't even have time to scream before they were turned into nothingness. Old bald donkey, this is only a warning. If you don't scram, today will be the day you die. The tyrannical voice rang out once more. Chapter 551. First, the golden world was a few hundred meters wide. Then it slowly extended to 1,000 meters. Then it continued to expand to 1,500 meters. Then 2,000 meters. Wherever the golden light passed, the black energy melted. It was like snow meeting water. The darkness was constantly torn apart, and the golden light took over. Good, good, good. What an ungrateful bald thief. I wanted to spare your life, but I didn't expect you to court death. Don't blame me for being impolite. The ancient castle trembled again, and an even stronger energy emerged from it. This energy was as black as ink, and it shone like pure dark energy. It instantly blocked the expansion of the golden light. The two types of energy collided, and they were in a stalemate. After that, the black energy took over, and the darkness began to suppress it. The golden world that had just extended was forced back by the darkness in the next moment, and then it kept shrinking. This time, everyone was prepared. They kept flying toward the center, afraid that they would be swept in by the dark energy again. At this moment, they were extremely regretful. If they knew it would be like this, they wouldn't have thought about the inheritance. They had cleared the place and fought fiercely. Now, not only did they not get the inheritance, but their lives were in danger. Under such terrifying energy, sky-level warriors were no different from other sky-level warriors. As long as they were swept by the energy, they would die without a doubt. Now, the only hope in everyone's hearts was that the expert in the golden world could block the powerful existence in the ancient castle. After the golden world shrank to 500 meters, it stopped shrinking. Then the tyrannical voice in the ancient castle sounded again. "Old bald thief, seeing that it wasn't easy for you to survive, I'll give you one last choice. Leave or die." The tyrannical voice sounded again. Everyone was terrified. Obviously, the opponent's strength was almost terrifying. The existence in the golden world couldn't suppress it at all. Everyone was screaming in their hearts, telling the expert in the golden world to not interfere in this matter and to take them away first. Amitabha. The Buddhist chant sounded. Golden light flashed, and the golden world shone again, becoming even more dazzling. This time, in addition to the dazzling golden light, a golden object rushed out of the golden world. As soon as this object appeared, the light in the golden world became much brighter. Then a pure Buddhist power surged. This is a Buddhist instrument. Seeing this resplendent golden light, the monk could not help but cry out. His eyes flashed and his expression kept changing. Everyone could only see a resplendent golden light, but Tyrant could see the object within the golden light. This was a Buddhist weapon recorded in the Buddhist sect. It had a great origin and was known as the demon subduing pestle. Dense and pure Buddhist energy flowed on the demon fall pestle, and there were numerous carvings, veins, and runes on its surface that emitted a brilliant golden light. Suddenly, Tyrant's pupils constricted and his expression changed drastically. An old monk had appeared on top of the demon subduing pestle. He looked like a Buddha, and his body was shining with golden light. At the same time, he was emitting strong Buddhist energy. The appearance of the Buddhist weapon, the demon subduing pestle, caused the light of the entire golden world to become even brighter. Under the rich Buddhist power, the endless darkness was instantly broken through by the golden light. Then it was suppressed again and turned back. This time, the golden world expanded infinitely and was about to engulf the castle. "Old thing, you really are a stubborn one. You don't know what's good for you. You might as well die." The existence within the ancient castle was finally enraged. Next, a monstrous atmosphere of power surged out, and a thick stream of power of darkness charged out from the ancient castle. The pitch-black energy once again covered the sky. Buzz! The demon subduing pestle began to vibrate, shaking a large amount of golden light. In the next moment, it flew out of the golden world and rushed into the darkness. Wherever it passed, the black light silently dissipated and melted. Then the demon subduing pestle hit the ancient castle, instantly causing a violent collision. During the collision, the ancient castle began to tremble, and the golden world became unstable. Many people in the air screamed in fright. "Old bald thief, you asked for it. You can't blame me." Suddenly, a terrifying pitch-black energy rushed out from the ancient castle. Like a bolt of black lightning, it hit the demon subduing pestle, causing an earth-shattering explosion. The pitch-black energy seemed to be an object as well. It was very terrifying. After colliding with the demon subduing pestle, it was unexpectedly not shattered. Instead, it suppressed the demon subduing pestle and forced it to retreat. The two collided, causing the sky and earth to tremble. Wave after wave of destructive power spread out. Gradually, the golden light on the demon subduing pestle began to recede. It was no match for the dark energy. "Die, bald thief!" A cold voice came from the pitch-black energy. The power of the pitch-black energy was even stronger. Amitabha, even if I die, I won't let you appear. A merciful voice came from the demon, subduing pestle. Everyone was dumbfounded. The voice came from two beams of light. Could it be that these two beams of light were two powerful cultivators? The intense collision continued. The pitch-black energy was clearly superior. After several attacks, the light on the demon subduing pestle slowly dimmed. Pum! Under the powerful impact of the pitch-black energy, the demon subduing pestle suddenly trembled. A large amount of golden light dissipated, and the demon subduing pestle revealed its true appearance. The moment they saw the demon subduing pestle, everyone's eyes widened. That's a weapon. Oh my God, how can that be a weapon? Everyone was stunned. One had to know that they clearly heard the voice coming from the golden light. They thought it was a powerful cultivator. They didn't expect it to be a weapon. Other than the monk, no one could see the old monk on the demon subduing pestle. Looking at the demon subduing pestle in the sky, everyone was so shocked that they couldn't speak. This was a powerful weapon. Moreover, it had its own consciousness. Just the thought of it was terrifying. At this moment, no one dared to be greedy. Old bald thief, die. A final murderous intent came from the pitch-black energy. Then, the pitch-black energy rushed out again. It swept across the sky and attacked the demon subduing pestle aggressively. The demon subduing pestle shone again. The old monk had already used all his strength. However, it was obviously unrealistic for him to block this attack. In the next moment, the old monk might be destroyed. Enough! Just as the pitch-black energy was about to fall, a cold voice suddenly sounded. Then, another beam of light appeared from another direction. This was a silver light. The moment it appeared, it was dazzling. It was like a silver sun. It melted a large amount of the pitch-black energy and descended from the darkness. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the silver light. They realized that it was a small silver world. In this small world, there were many silver lights flashing. They were like silver snakes. The silver light was dazzling. The small silver world fell. Dozens of silver snakes rushed out from it. The moment they rushed out, they became hundreds of meters long. It was as if the snakes had turned into dragons. They displayed the vast power of heaven and earth. The dozens of silver dragons emitted a terrifying aura of heaven's might. They landed on the black energy. Then there was a loud explosion. Even with the protection of the golden world, the violent explosion still deafened everyone's ears, causing them to buzz continuously. The energy in the silver dragons was violent. They turned into endless lightning energy. The black energy was blown back and stopped above the ancient castle. Humph, you're here too. Where's the other one? Why don't all of you show yourselves? Let's see who's better today. A dissatisfied snort came from the pitch-black energy. The silver world was expanding. It directly extended to the bottom of the ancient castle. The silver snakes kept flashing in the silver world. The destructive lightning energy made people's hearts palpitate. This is your fault. An emotionless voice came from the silver world. My fault? Humph. What did I do wrong? The black energy was unconvinced. Back then, you did all kinds of evil. You should have died. However, Buddha was merciful. He couldn't bear to see your lineage lose its inheritance. That's why he sealed you here. However, the premise is that you can't go out. You can only wait for your lineage to appear. This time, the old monk on the demon pestle spoke. Baldy bastard, cut the crap. Don't think I don't know about your fake benevolence. You trapped me here just to steal the inheritance of my sky, rending battle ape bloodline. The voice from the dark energy was furious. Amitabha, our Buddhist lineage has tens of thousands of inheritances. Why would we steal the inheritance of your race? The demon pestle shone again. You won't steal my inheritance. Humph. Then why can't my successor enter? He's blocked by some kind of rule power. The black energy questioned. The demon pestle seemed to be stunned. It didn't continue speaking. The existence in the silver world also suddenly became silent. The world became deathly silent again. Many people in the sky didn't even dare to breathe loudly. However, when they heard the conversation, the shock in their hearts reached an extreme. This was indeed a super inheritance. Moreover, it was the inheritance of the sky-splitting battle ape lineage. The reason why the other party suddenly went berserk was because the entrance of the sky-splitting battle ape lineage was suddenly blocked. When the demon ape heard this, its expression changed. So that's the reason. Why? Are all of you mute? A mocking voice came from the black energy. Damn bald bastard. I was really blind back then to believe you. And you, the mighty Thunder Clan expert, who has always been cold and righteous. I didn't expect you to plot against me with that damn bald bastard. There's also that rat. Let him come out too. Even if I die today, I'll make you pay a heavy price. The expert in the silver world was still silent. However, the old monk on the demon pestle spoke. I'm afraid there's some misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. A mocking voice came from the black energy. Do you think I'll believe that this is a misunderstanding? Finally, the other party shouted, Come on, show me your strongest strength. Today we'll fight to the death. Let's see if you can continue to seal my sky, splitting battle ape. Boom! The entire ancient castle began to tremble. This time, an even stronger energy began to surge. The silver world that had just expanded retreated instantly. If you want to fight, we can fight another day. However, there must be something wrong with this. The emotionless voice came from the silver world again. Bah, I won't believe you. Today we'll fight to the death. The black energy went berserk. At the same time, it shouted, Rat, come out together. Boom! Chapter 552. A tremor shook the sky, spreading across the entire ancient battlefield. The power of rules that had not appeared for many years had appeared again, causing the world to tremble. This is the power of rules. The power of rules still exists in the ancient world. In the vast power of rules, many ancient beasts that were in deep slumber were awakened. Feeling the world trembling, their expressions changed instantly. They raised their heads and looked at the sky. Their deep eyes seemed to be able to see through the void. The rules of the ancient battlefield have long become nominal. Who is it? Who is it that has violated the rules again? Various ancient voices rang out, filled with shock and doubt. The rules have reappeared. Is the ancient battlefield going to change? The true passage still exists? Or did someone trigger something? In the outer region, beside the black pool, an old man appeared. His wise and deep eyes seemed to be able to see through the layers of the void, looking into the depths. His face was filled with shock and doubt. However, in the turbulent rules of heaven and earth, there was a strange energy that prevented them from probing. No matter how their spiritual senses probed, they were blocked by a strong force and bounced back. What is going on? Such a powerful rule has been triggered. What kind of existence is it trying to kill? The group of old antiques was shocked. They then tried their best to probe again. This time they successfully passed through the layers of obstruction and saw what was happening in the depths. The rules of heaven and earth had turned into a huge hand that covered the sky. It was surrounded by endless power of rules and had a unique aura of destruction. It fell towards a pitch-black region. It's actually that place that triggered the rules of heaven and earth. Seeing the pitch-black region, all the old antiques' expressions changed. They were existences that had lived for thousands of years. Naturally, they knew that place. It was rumored that it was the place where the sky-splitting battle ape, who had caused the world to tremble, had disappeared. That place was filled with a dangerous aura. The stronger the ancient beast, the sharper its senses. They could sense that there was an extremely powerful existence in that region, but they did not dare to go there recklessly. Such a powerful rule has appeared. It should be that super powerful existence that has violated the rules of this region. It should be killed by the rules now. Even if it has the power of the heavens, it will still die against the rules. That super powerful existence is going to die. The group of old antique side, as long as one was in this world, one had to abide by the rules. In this world, the strongest wasn't a single person or ancient beast, but rather the rules. The massive hand formed by the power of laws descended from the sky, bringing with it a terrifying aura of destruction. It landed on the pitch-black energy, instantly causing an explosion. The law hand transformed into the laws of the ancient battlefield, bringing with it the strongest destructive power. Everywhere it passed, it destroyed everything in its path. The black energy was instantly obliterated. In this area, black energy filled the sky, and there was no sunlight at all. However, under the giant hand of laws, the black energy was instantly shattered, and golden sunlight once again fell on this reddish-brown land. After dispersing the black energy, the giant hand of laws did not stop there. It trembled slightly in the air, and more power of laws lingered around it. Then it ruthlessly struck the pitch-black ancient castle. Boom! The ancient castle had an extremely strong defense. Even when facing the attack of the demonfall pestle, it only trembled slightly. However, under the power of the laws, the huge castle was instantly shattered. Half of it turned into black energy, while the other half was still the castle. At the same time, a roar resounded between heaven and earth. The pitch-black energy from before trembled and rolled above the ancient castle, letting out a roar. On the surface of its body, the power of laws constantly emerged and then formed a destructive power that wanted to crush it. In the golden world, the old monk who saw this scene was suddenly startled. Then he raised his head, and his empty golden eyes looked at the giant hand of laws in the air, puzzled. The existence in the silver world seemed to be surprised by this scene. Looking at the giant hand of laws, he asked coldly, "Why is this happening?" "Those who break the rules die." From the giant hand of laws, a cold and merciless thought was transmitted. "Rules, haha, what a good rule. Let's see how you're going to destroy me today." The power of laws that surrounded the pitch-black energy had unknowingly disappeared, and the pitch-black energy reappeared, letting out a tyrannical voice. He actually blocked the power of laws. Seeing that the existence in the pitch-black energy was actually not dead, all the ancient existences opened their eyes wide in shock. The power of laws represented the strongest rule of the ancient battlefield, and it had the power to destroy the world. As long as it was something that was created under the power of laws, it would definitely be suppressed and restrained. If the rules wanted someone to die, they had no choice but to die. That was the rule. Since the ancient battlefield was formed, they had seen many experts who broke the rule and died under the rule. However, they had never seen or even heard of someone who could block the power of laws. Seeing the pitch-black energy blocking the power of the rule force, Yu Fei, who was still in the golden world, sucked in a breath of cold air, feeling shocked and horrified. They knew very well what the power of laws in the sky represented. Once it appeared, everything would be destroyed and nothing would exist. However, even the godlike power of laws could not cut through the pitch-black energy. This was really inconceivable. A pair of cold eyes suddenly shot out from the pitch-black energy. He stared at the giant hand of laws and asked coldly, "All of this is your doing, isn't it?" Using a strong attitude to question the rule, the pitch-black energy was indeed strong. Those who break the rule die. The same thought came out from the giant hand of laws. Immediately after, it pressed down on the pitch-black energy again. Boom! The sky trembled. The energy contained in this attack was even stronger. The endless power of laws instantly shrouded the pitch-black energy. But this time, the existence in the pitch-black energy didn't roar. With a loud explosion, the pitch-black energy directly exploded. The power of destruction swept over the power of the rules, and both of them exploded one after another. The pitch-black energy dissipated from the top of the ancient castle, and it was replaced by a long black rod. The body of the rod was dark and shiny, as if it was refined from the world's darkest matter. Complex and mysterious runes were engraved all over the long rod. At the same time, there was a violent aura spreading out. Seeing the pitch-black energy reveal its true form, everyone's expression instantly turned to horror. The one who spoke was actually another weapon. "You dare to scheme against me? Is that the rule? Then let me see how strong you are." The pitch-black long rod emitted a monstrous flame. The mysterious runes on the long rod also flashed in the next moment, and an even stronger aura spread out. Boom! Then the long rod went berserk and shot up into the sky. With a large amount of pitch-black energy, it slammed against the giant hand of laws in the sky. Seeing the long rod that went against the sky and took the initiative to attack the power of laws, everyone was shocked and speechless. The power of laws represented the rules of the ancient battlefield. It represented the strongest. Others could not avoid it, but this black rod actually took the initiative to provoke it, and even took the initiative to attack. This was not going to rest until one of them was dead. Those who break the rule die. It was still that cold thought. The giant hand of laws began to flash, mobilizing the rules of the ancient battlefield, and pressed down. With a loud bang, the powerful black rod was instantly sent flying. At the same time, the remaining half of the ancient castle collapsed again. The black rod fell from the sky and fell into the ancient castle. Once again, there was a loud bang, and it seemed to have smashed a lot of buildings. Those who break the rule die. At the same time, the power of laws pressed down again. With the destructive power of laws, it rushed towards the ancient castle. With a loud bang, the ancient castle no longer existed. Only black energy surged in the sky. Amidst the energy, a long rod hit the giant hand of laws. Pum! The giant hand only shook, but the long rod was sent flying by a rebounding force. Everyone looked up at the sky, and they were all shocked. Whether it was the power of laws or the long rod, both were so powerful. The power of both had surpassed the strongest in the ancient battlefield. But on the surface, the power of laws was still stronger between the two. The long rod went against the sky again, and the tyrannical power was even stronger. It was determined to destroy the power of laws. Obviously, this idea was not realistic. It was already a miracle to not be defeated and not die under the power of laws. It was unrealistic to want to destroy the power of laws. In the midst of the battle, the Golden World and the Silver World chose to watch from the sidelines. They had no intention of interfering. But below, Zi-Chun and Tyrant were extremely anxious. If the long rod was destroyed, the inheritance of the sky-shattering battle ape would be completely gone. This was a matter of cutting off one's inheritance. It was like cutting off one's bloodline. The power of laws had gone overboard. Beside him, the devil ape was gritting his teeth in anger. This was his inheritance, something that could allow him to undergo a metamorphosis. But now it was inexplicably related to the rule force. He who was weak couldn't get involved at all. Pum! The surging power of the long rod was dispersed once again. The long rod was sent flying again. Under the eyes of the delusion breaker, the devil ape could clearly see an old ape coughing out blood. It was severely injured. But in the eyes of the old ape, there was an indomitable light. Holding the black rod in his hand, he went against the sky and attacked the power of laws. After being sent flying again and again, the long rod rushed up again and again. The illusory old ape was coughing out blood continuously, and his spirit was weakening. The power of laws is unbeatable. All of the super-strong beasts who were watching this battle were equally astounded. Even though the strength of the long rod was strong, and the moment it burst out, it could sweep through all of the beasts present. However, compared to the supreme laws of this place, the long rod was clearly much weaker. This was the power of laws of the ancient battlefield. It represented the strongest power of a world, and no one could break it. Every time the long rod attacked, it was futile. There was no effect at all. It did not even consume a single bit of energy from the huge hand of laws. Chapter 5:53. The old ape went all out, fighting for the dignity of the sky, splitting battle ape bloodline. He was determined and unyielding. The pitch-black staff danced in the air, emitting an unparalleled destructive aura. Amitabha. The old monk closed his eyes and chanted Buddha's name on the demon, subduing pestle. His eyes were filled with pity. The existence in the silver world was also silent. The old demonic ape's unyielding spirit was admirable. However, it was obviously unwise to go all out against the rules. Attacking with all his might would only speed up his death. The old demonic ape's death was destined. The inheritance of the sky-splitting demonic ape bloodline was also destined to be severed. From now on, the world would have one less powerful bloodline. No one knew if it was a good or bad thing. No matter if it was the old monk or the existence in the silver world, they were all conflicted. You guys go and kill him. However, the expected explosion did not happen. The old demonic ape was trapped in the air by the power of the rules. At the same time, a thought was sent out from the hand of rules. This time, it was sent to the two worlds at the same time. As soon as the thought was sent out, it dispelled the speculation that the power of rules was an inanimate object. Obviously, it had its own consciousness. What? The old monk suddenly opened his eyes. Golden light flashed in his eyes. His emotions seemed to be extremely unstable. Even the golden world was trembling. The silver snakes in the silver world were also fluctuating. Kill him. The power of rules once again sent out a clear voice. However, this time there was an element of command in the voice. Haha, come on. The two of you can attack together. Give me a quick death. The old ape, who was trapped by the power of rules, laughed out loud. His eyes were filled with mockery and disdain. We are not your slaves. The existence in the silver world suddenly spoke. There was no joy in his emotionless voice. Either he dies or all of you die. The power of rules once again sent out a cold thought. This time there was a hint of threat in it. The development of the situation was obviously out of everyone's expectations. Everyone looked at the scene quietly. They did not even dare to breathe loudly. You are threatening us. The old monk's compassionate voice suddenly became sharp. You have two choices, live or die. The giant hand of laws in the air suddenly changed, turning into a human figure formed by laws. As soon as he appeared, he looked down at the two worlds. We're just staying here willingly. Do you really think you can do anything to us? From the moment you willingly sealed the heaven-splitting battle ape, your life and death were already in my hands. Killing the heaven-splitting battle ape might require a flick of my fingers. But annihilating you all is more than enough, said the figure formed from the laws. Haha! After losing your main body, you all are truly becoming more and more foolish. You actually fell for the schemes of others. Haha! The sky-splitting battle ape that was controlled by the power of laws laughed out loud, taking pleasure in their misfortune. The old monk's expression changed, and the light in his eyes kept flashing. Back then, for the sake of humanity, they had risked their lives in battle. Their bodies had died in battle, and they had used their remnant will to seal the sky-splitting battle ape. They had never imagined that they would fall into someone's trap. The inheritance of the sky-splitting battle ape couldn't be passed down, and their life and death were also controlled by the rules. Who is it? Who wants to harm us? The old monk questioned. Under the rules, everything is an ant. Who would be so bored as to harm two ants? A mocking expression appeared on the face of the figure formed from the laws. Now you only have two choices. Either you live or you die. The expression of the figure of the laws became extremely rich, and a mocking expression appeared on his face. Back then, didn't you want to protect him? Even if you died, you wanted to leave behind an inheritance for him. Very good. Today, I'll let you personally destroy his inheritance. Consider it as settling the karma between us. You're not the laws. You're one of the existences that fought back then. The existence in the silver world suddenly spoke, still emotionless. Haha, the laws suddenly laughed. I'm the laws. This place is under my control. Now, quickly make your choice. Hee hee, as expected, the most cunning and savage in the world are still you humans. Come, baldy and lightning-playing bastard. Give me a quick death. Then you can go be someone else's dog. The sky-splitting battle ape laughed carefully. However, that laughter contained a trace of sadness. At this moment, its unyielding eyes were filled with mockery towards the two experts, as well as deep sadness for them. The sky-splitting battle ape was deeply grateful for the kindness of back then, even if it was just a remnant thought. That was why it had let the old monk go time and time again. However, it had never thought that the instigator of all this was the laws. And this ever-changing laws in front of them clearly wasn't the real laws. From the looks of it, it should have fused with some other laws of telekinesis. Do it. Either destroy the sky-splitting battle ape's inheritance, or all three of you will die. The ever-changing laws laughed loudly. In the distant sky, everyone was silent. Clearly, this was a grudge left behind by the experts of the ancient era. Who would have thought that it had survived to this era? On the surface, the gold and silver worlds, as well as the sky-rending battle ape, had all become victims. The true beneficiary was this inhuman being. Because of your intelligence, you want me to give up the sky-splitting battle ape's inheritance? It's not worth it. Come, give me a quick death. At this moment, the old demonic ape suddenly became free and easy. Compared to him, the two of them seemed to be in a worse state. Even if we die today, we won't kill the old demonic ape. The voice in the silver world spoke again. It was still emotionless. Amitabha. The old monk chanted the name of Buddha. Golden light surged around his body. The demon, subduing pestle, was already aimed at the law figure. He had already used his actions to express his intentions. Then you are courting death. The law figure's eyes were filled with mockery. Death? Not necessarily. Suddenly, a powerful energy surged in the silver world. The little silver snake in the middle suddenly moved violently. Then it surged to both sides as if it was making way for something. In the next moment, a pair of silver bone wings appeared. It emitted a horrifying power of thunder and lightning. It was surging violently as if the heavens were descending. When the bone wings spread out, they were a few thousand meters long. They covered the sky and were formed by countless silver lights. Each of the silver lights was a thunderbolt that carried the horrifying power of the heavenly thunder. In the middle of the bone wings, a stalwart man appeared. The bone wings seemed to have grown from his body as they spread out. Seeing the cold man in front of the silver bone wings, the old demonic ape couldn't help but make fun of him. The heavenly thunder wings of the Thunder Clan. This appearance is indeed very strong. Even if we die, we have to fight, the cold man said. Then a terrifying energy surged from the heavenly thunder wings. Haha, not bad. It's still the heavenly thunder wings and the demon subduing pestle. Unfortunately, they are both damaged. The law figure laughed. In addition to disdain, there was also a hint of ferocious playfulness in his eyes. Today, let me see how much of the combat power you have in the past. As soon as he finished speaking, the power of the rules began to surge in the sky. With a monstrous destructive power, it pressed down on the two. Boom! On the demon, subduing pestle, light bloomed. Rich and pure Buddhist power surged and hit the rules in the sky. The sound of chanting resounded between heaven and earth. Sacred golden light occupied half of the sky. Tall Buddhist shadows appeared in the sky. Then a violent explosion sounded. The power of the rules was shattered. That's all there is to the rules. At the same time, a cold light flashed in the eyes of the stalwart man. Then, the heavenly thunder wings on his body flashed. A terrifying thunder power was displayed. This was the true thunder power. It carried the power to destroy the world. It landed on the power of the rules. With a boom, The rules instantly exploded and dissipated between heaven and earth. The demon subduing pestle and the heavenly thunderwings had both destroyed the power of the rules. Such power made the hearts of the people shocked to the extreme. In addition, the ancient existences were incomparably excited. If these three powerful existences destroyed the rules here, there might be a miracle. But defeating and destroying the rules didn't seem very realistic. The ancient and tall Buddha statue stood in the sky. Pure Buddhist power surged around it. At the same time, the chanting continued. All kinds of mighty power raged, obliterating the second rule. I am now more and more certain that you are one of the people from back then. The stalwart man was extremely cold. There was no emotion in his words, but his attacks were absolutely domineering. As a member of the Thunder Clan, he could mobilize the power of thunder and unleash an attack that could destroy the world. The second rule was obviously not enough in front of him. Then the third and fourth rule were shattered under the attacks of the two. Not bad, not bad. There are shadows of the past. It's a pity that your combat strength is much weaker. The old demonic ape was imprisoned in the sky, watching the battle happily. Life and death were already determined. The ending would not be unexpected. It was a good choice to be able to show off before death. The rules were shattered one after another. The expression of the figure of the rules did not change. But the mocking smile on his face slowly turned into a mocking smile. Looking at the two of them displaying their strength to destroy the rules, it was as if he was watching a show. Not bad. What a wonderful performance. The figure of the rules clapped his hands. The mocking smile on his face gradually turned cold. In the end, he said coldly, however, it's time for everything to end. As his words fell, the figure of the rules pressed his hand down. This time, he directly mobilized the rules of the entire ancient battlefield. Among these rules, there was one that was specially used to restrain the two of them. Bang! Bang! Amidst the dull explosion, the two of them who were able to shatter the rules were sent flying in the next moment. The old monk who was chanting all disappeared. The golden light on the demon subduing pestle also dimmed instantly. The pair of heavenly thunderwings behind the stalwart man also shrunk by a few hundred meters. You really did something, the stalwart man said. Haha, of course. Today is the day of your death. The figure of the rules laughed maliciously. Then he swept his cold gaze towards the stalwart man and said, Also, before you die, I want to tell you that I hate your self-righteous attitude. Now, I will send you on your way. Under the cold words, the world trembled again. Then, a monstrous killing intent swept over. Chapter 554. The monstrous killing intent stirred up the wind and clouds in all directions. With a murderous aura, it approached from afar and swept past the old demonic ape in an instant. As the sharp sword light flashed, the power of the rules on the old demonic ape disappeared completely. The latter regained his freedom once again. The monstrous sword light turned into a solid object in front of the figure. It turned out to be an ancient stone sword, and the one holding the stone sword was actually a young man. The figure of rules slowly lowered his head and looked at his chest that was pierced by the sharp sword. For the first time, his expression changed drastically. He was in disbelief. You can actually hurt me. The young man holding the stone sword was extremely cold. He looked at the figure of rules and said coldly, Not only can I hurt you, but I can also kill you. Seeing the young man who suddenly appeared in the sky, everyone was petrified. The moment the young man appeared, he struck the figure of rules in the chest and saved the old demonic ape at the same time. But what shocked and petrified everyone was that the young man was only in the realm of Zephyr. Although it was a sneak attack, not everyone could successfully sneak an attack on the figure of rules. Moreover, the young man was only in the realm of Zephyr. The moment they saw the young man, Zichen and the others widened their eyes in disbelief. The cold young man standing in the air was none other than Zhang Haotian, who was supposed to be receiving the inheritance of killing. It's Zhang Haotian. How is this possible? He actually injured the figure of rules. The few of them were shocked. It should be because of the stone sword. Zichen looked at the stone sword in the young man's hand and said in a deep voice, if he guessed correctly, the stone sword should be the third person mentioned by the old demonic ape, and the power of the stone sword should be comparable to the heavenly thunder wings and the demon subduing pestle. The old monk and the stalwart man also rushed back at the first moment. They stared coldly at the figure of rules. "Ha, rat, you really appeared at the right time." The old demonic ape laughed and stood side by side with the three of them holding the black rod. You. Seeing the four people in front of him, the figure of rules' expression changed again and again. "Everything will end today," the stalwart man said coldly. The next moment his body turned into nothingness, leaving only the heavenly thunder wings floating in the void, releasing a powerful aura. Zichen, who was far away, felt a strong calling the moment the stalwart man disappeared. Immediately after, the void in front of him began to distort and a black hole appeared. A suction force pulled him away. When his figure reappeared, he was already in midair, facing the figure of rules. Behind him, the heavenly thunder wings were already on his body. Amitabha, the old monk who was holding the demon subduing pestle, also disappeared after a Buddhist chant. At the same time, the monk appeared where he had been, holding the demon subduing pestle tightly in his hand. Tyrant's expression was naturally extremely excited. One had to know that he had always been thinking about Zichen's silver soul spear and blood-red broken spear. He wanted them badly, but right now he had been given a demon vanquishing pestle. Sensing the immense Buddhist powers contained within the demon vanquishing pestle, the monk felt as though he was about to faint from happiness. Compared to the demon vanquishing pestle, the broken spear and the silver soul spear were nothing but trash. "Ha, successor? I have one too." The old demonic ape laughed out loud. The pitch-black light around him flickered continuously. When the black light dissipated, the old demonic ape had been replaced by the little demonic ape. The little demonic ape was only holding a black rod in his hand. His red eyes were emitting a cold luster. Such a scene stupefied everyone. Seeing the four powerful weapons in the hands of the four Zurians, other than envy, there was even more doubt in their hearts. Even the three ancient powerhouses were unable to suppress the rules. How could four mere brats be able to do so? Is this a premeditated scheme? If it is, then it's too scary. Seeing the figure of Rule's ugly expression, the group of old antiques was extremely shocked. Obviously, the four of them holding weapons could bring about an unexpected effect on the figure of Rules. The figure of Rules had first schemed against them, and now he was being schemed against. Even the group of old antiques was shocked by the schemes of these existences. Good, very good. The figure of Rule's face was still pale, but the stab wound on his chest was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. He was a manifestation of Rules. He wasn't a physical body, and there was no blood flowing from his body. Looking at the four Zephyrs in front of him, the figure of Rules asked coldly, "You've been planning for this day for a long time, right?" He was the embodiment of Rules, an extremely powerful existence. However, he couldn't appear at will. Just like the sky thunderwings and the old demonic ape, he had always been in a deep slumber. He could only be awakened under certain circumstances. For example, if the rules were violated, or if an inheritor appeared. This was the first time the figure of Rules was manifested. In the past, it was only Rules that appeared. However, because of the old demonic ape and the others, the memories in the depths of the figure of Rules were awakened. This was the reason why he suddenly had more expressions after a few cold and stiff strikes. He had just awakened today and had fused with his ancient memories. He immediately wanted to kill these people, but he didn't expect that they had already planned this and schemed against him first. Under the rules, everything was an ant. This saying was true. He could kill anyone or anything in the ancient battlefield at will. This included the human cultivators, the demons subduing pestle, the stone sword, and the sky thunder wings. Just as he said he could kill them with just a thought. However, the premise was that they had to be separated. Now that the human cultivators had appeared with the demon subduing pestle, the stone sword, and the sky thunder wings in their hands, they had exceeded the killing range of the power of rules. This was because they didn't belong to the ancient battlefield. They weren't products of the rules. When they were separated, they were weak and could be defeated one by one. However, once they joined forces, they could go against the rules. The existences hidden in the weapons were all silent. It was unknown whether they agreed or denied it. Zichen and the others who were holding various weapons didn't know how to answer. To them, it was all a coincidence that they had to gather 4 people to go against the rules. Moreover, Zhang Haotian had almost died in the periphery. In addition, if it wasn't for Elder Hiroshi, Zhang Haotian wouldn't have been able to obtain the inheritance of killing. All signs indicated that it was just a coincidence. However, was it really a coincidence? It was too much of a coincidence. No one could give an answer. With the stone sword in hand, Zhang Haotian's figure suddenly disappeared, hiding in the void. Monk held the demon subduing pestle and was extremely excited. He wanted to test its power, so he instantly activated the demon subduing pestle. Devil Ape was even more direct. Its body surged with a tyrannical aura that was comparable to that of the old Devil Ape. It held the black rod and struck at the rule figure. Buddhist chants sounded from the heaven and earth. The Buddha figure that had disappeared appeared again. Rich and pure Buddhist power surged around his body and struck at the power of rules. At this moment, several Buddhist superpowers appeared in the sky. There was the Arhat golden body, the Vajra finger seal, the 6 syllables mantra, and the demon subduing mantra. Golden light flashed in the sky. All sorts of Buddhist superpowers were displayed. The gorgeous and powerful battle techniques shook people's minds. Boom! All sorts of battle techniques landed on the rule figure one after another, causing him to stagger and retreat from the sky. "Break for me!" he shouted as his expression became ferocious. At the same time, he mobilized the ancient battlefield's power of rules to suppress the various Buddhist superpowers. Bang! Bang! All sorts of explosions reverberated in the sky. Terrifying energy spread in all directions, spreading continuously between heaven and earth. Those on the ground had already retreated and were hiding in the distance to watch the battle. Just as the Buddha figures dissipated, a tyrannical aura struck at the rule figure. A pitch-black energy swept out, and a powerful force appeared on the rod. "Trap!" the rule figure shouted. The moment he spoke, the power of rules appeared. Streams of power of rules curled around the black rod, wanting to trap the opponent like before. Bang! On the black rod, black light curled around it. It smashed down with a whistling sound. The powerful force instantly shattered the power of rules. At the same time, the powerful force on the black rod struck the rule figure, sending him flying. Die! The rule figure's expression became even more ferocious. As soon as he finished speaking, the rule of death appeared and shrouded the Devil Ape. If it wasn't for the black rod, the Devil Ape would have died without a doubt. Unfortunately, with the black rod in hand and the old Devil Ape beside him, the rule couldn't get close to the Devil Ape at all. Even the rule figure couldn't do anything about the combination of inheritance and inheritor. After all, they were things that didn't belong to the rule. The boundless power of death was completely blocked by the black rod. The rule figure was shocked. This is a perfect fusion. A cold voice suddenly rang out from behind the rule figure. Following that, a monstrous killing intent surged, and sharp swordlight appeared once more. A sure kill attack. Golden light flashed. By the time the monstrous killing intent dissipated, Zhang Haotian was already in front of the rule figure with the stone sword. Behind him, one of the rule figure's arms was slowly dissipating in the air. One attack had cut off one of the rule figure's arms. Such an attack was shocking. Some of the Heavenly Kill Union's assassins were even more shocked. No matter how they looked at it, that hidden attack seemed to be an inheritance of the Heavenly Kill Union. Damn it! Didn't they say there were no more inheritances? Then what is this? An assassin who had interacted with Luo Sha couldn't help cursing inwardly. He had clearly heard about the stone sword from Luo Sha. Unfortunately, Luo Sha was already dead. Otherwise, if he saw Zhang Haoqian holding the stone sword, even if he was still alive, he would definitely die from anger again. The rule figure's arm was cut off, but under the transformation of the rule figure, a new one quickly grew out. Lightning. Ziqin stood in the distance. His cold eyes swept over the rule figure that was repelled. The two heavenly thunder wings on his back flashed, and endless lightning energy surged. In the next moment, he pointed to the sky and shouted, "Boom!" A violent explosion followed. The silver in the silver world instantly went berserk. At the same time, many silver snakes rushed out, turning into silver dragons that danced in the air. Fall! Ziqin pointed his finger at the figure of rules, and the silver dragons in the sky also rushed towards the figure of rules. Chapter 5:55. Every silver dragon represented a heavenly thunder, and its power was unbelievably strong. With so many heavenly thunders exploding at the same time, the power was unparalleled. Under the intense energy fluctuation, the figure of rule was once again sent flying. After being repelled repeatedly, the figure of rule was in a sorry state. He glared at the three people in front of him and was about to spit fire. "Rules, listen to my command. Suppress." The figure of rule's voice was hoarse due to his anger, and his expression was distorted due to his ferociousness. As soon as he said that, the powerful rules of the ancient battlefield descended once again. The rules were like a huge net that covered the sky, appearing in the air and then came crashing down. Break! Ziqin, the devil ape, and the tyrant exerted their strength at the same time and unleashed a powerful attack. The world was filled with 3 rays of gold, silver, and black. Then they slammed onto the huge net, and with a loud explosion, the huge net of rule was shattered. Seeing this scene, whether it was the people in the distance or the old antiques who were far away, they were all stunned. The ancient battlefield's rules were suppressed by the 4 humans in the air, and it was an absolute suppression. As soon as the huge net of rule was broken, the tyrant uttered a word of truth. As soon as the word of truth was uttered, a strange power spread out, and many of the air fighters in the distance felt their vision turn black, and they fainted immediately. Just the remnant power of the one-word mantra was enough to stun many of the Imperial air cultivators. As the true attacker of the one-word mantra, the figure of the rule figure instantly dimmed and was almost shattered by this one word. "It's useless. I'm immortal," the figure of rule shouted. Swoosh! A monstrous killing intent swept out from behind him once again. It was another sure kill attack. As the monstrous killing intent dissipated, the attack was completed. It was as fast as lightning. Puff! The illusory figure of rule was instantly split in half by the attack, and his body was split into 2 halves, left and right. Boom! The devil ape held the black rod and followed up in an instant. Monstrous black energy swept across the sky, and then it hit the figure of rule hard. In the violent explosion, the 2 figures that had just merged were once again blasted apart, and the illusory figure became blurry again. Thunder fall. In the end, it was Ziqin who unleashed the true destructive attack. The heavenly thunder wings on his back suddenly trembled, and waves of extremely powerful destructive heavenly thunder surged out from within, and then rushed towards the figure of law. Numerous bolts of heavenly lightning exploded, and endless silver light engulfed the figure of rules. The destructive might of the heavenly lightning rippled, and that terrifying might made people tremble. Everyone stared at the sky in shock, looking at the silver light of the destructive thunder might. The group of antiques didn't dare to be distracted, and all of them focused their attention on this place. Could it be that he had really slaughtered the rules? The silver lightning finally dissipated, and the place where the figure of law had been was empty. Gone. Nothing was left. It was as if the rules had turned into dust. Dead. Dead. The rules are really gone. Heavens, they really destroyed the rules. Shocked voices continued to rise and fall. Destroying the rules of a world was no less than creating a legend. This was something that would be recorded in the annals of history, something that would be passed down by humans. These 4 Zephyrs were destined to become famous throughout the entire southern region. The 4 of them stood in the air, quietly looking at the sky. Their expressions didn't change at all. With the treasures on them, their perception was the clearest. The rules still existed. The rules were still alive. Haha, do you really think you can destroy me? A frivolous voice was heard, and the rules reappeared. The many negative expressions on his face disappeared, and his eyes were full of mockery. Who am I? He looked at the 4 of them, and then his eyes swept across the group of Zephyrs in the distance. His mouth was full of mockery, and he said loudly, "I am the rules." What are the rules? No one answered him, and he didn't expect anyone to answer him. He continued, "The rules are the foundation of a world." What is the foundation of a world? Haha, he represents being with the world. The figure of law's expression suddenly became crazy, and he said loudly, "As long as this ancient battlefield exists, I am immortal and indestructible. If you want to kill me, you will have to destroy this world first." Everyone was shocked when they heard that. Who had the ability to destroy a world? If they had the ability to destroy a world, killing the rules would be a piece of cake. Why would they allow him to talk nonsense here? Looking at the arrogant rules in front of them, Zichen and the others' faces turned pale, and they had a bad feeling. If the rules were really with the world and were immortal and indestructible, then they were done for. Zhang Haoyin went into hiding again, ready to kill. At the same time, Monk Demon Ape also attacked the figure of law. They didn't believe it. Under the powerful attacks, the figure of law's figure was constantly scattered, shattered, and turned into nothingness. However, just like before, the figure would reappear every time. Moreover, he was so arrogant every time. Haha, ants, I am immortal. But you guys, let's see how long you can last. When you are exhausted, it will be the time for you to die. Haha. Your clamor makes Lord Sin very unhappy. Take my pestle. Monk Demon Ape suddenly spoke, and as expected, he was unhappy. Then he rushed in front of the rules with the demon's subduing pestle and viciously struck the head of the other party. Boom! With a loud bang, the figure of law seemed to have suffered a heavy blow, and his body swayed a few times in the sky. That arrogant expression on his face instantly turned into shock. Bang! But immediately after, the golden light on the demon's subduing pestle flashed again, and it struck the head of the figure of law again. This time it made a louder sound. Ah! The stunned figure of law was still in a daze. Monk Demon Ape took the opportunity to strike the other party's head with the demon's subduing pestle, until the other party reacted and let out a scream, forcing Monk Demon Ape to retreat. To think that Monk Demon Ape would hit the head of the figure of law. Everyone in the sky was dumbfounded. While they were speechless, they were also looking down on Monk Demon Ape in their hearts. This guy didn't look like a monk at all. He looked more like a scoundrel with a ferocious look. Compared to the old monk from before, his state of mind was like heaven and earth. Knowing that he couldn't kill the rules, he chose to humiliate the other party. This monk really made people speechless. To the rules, being hit on the head was the most basic and direct humiliation. His arrogant expression had already turned green with shame and anger, and he couldn't help but roar at Monk Demon Ape. However, in the next instant, another muffled sound was heard. It was a pitch-black staff that struck the figure's buttocks. Before he could even roar, he was sent flying, being hit on the head and spanked. Such humiliating means simply made people speechless. Not to mention the rules. Even ordinary people like them wouldn't be able to bear such humiliation. You all! The figure of law was furious. His eyes were spitting fire, and he was about to curse. Suddenly he felt his vision blur. A bright silver light suddenly appeared in front of him, and after the silver light, there was a flash of golden light. Slap! A crisp and loud sound rang in the sky. The figure of law was slapped in the face and spun 3 times in the air. In front of the figure of law, Zichen's heavenly thunder wings spread out behind him as he stood in the air opposite him. After 3 full circles, the figure of law stood in front of Zichen again. Then there was another flash of golden light, and Zichen struck again. Slap! It was still as crisp and loud as before. The figure of law spun 3 more times. Boom! This time the other party reacted. The monstrous power of law surged around him and suppressed Zichen. However, as the heavenly thunder wings on Zichen's back flapped, a silver light flashed, and he retreated at an extremely fast speed. Being hit on the head, spanked, and slapped in the face. Such humiliation made the figure of law scream 3 times. His body was emitting green smoke. Of course, this green smoke was also a kind of rule power. I didn't break you up. What are you screaming for? You're making me very unhappy. The monk stepped forward again and slammed the demon, subduing pestle on the figure's forehead. Amiba. Good. Seeing such a crazy little monk, the old monk in the demon subduing pestle was stunned. He frowned and chanted Buddha's name, almost forgetting to supply Buddha's power. Ha! Old bald thief, it's a great misfortune for you Buddhists to have such a disciple. The old demon ape suddenly laughed and joked. Then he saw the little demon ape holding the long rod and hitting the figure of laws, but again, directly sending him flying. The heavenly thunder wings behind Zichen flapped, emitting a bright silver light. Then he rushed towards the figure of law. Then the golden light flashed again, and the figure of law was slapped in the face. It was unrealistic to want to kill the other party. So he tried his best to humiliate the other party. The power of each attack was not strong, but the effect was excellent and the sound was loud. The slapping sound was endless, crisp and pleasant to the ear. Unfortunately, it couldn't be slapped for a long time. He could only take the opportunity to hit a few times and then dodge quickly. Humiliation. Real humiliation. Real humiliation. The 3 of them attacked, no longer hoping to kill the figure of law. Instead, they just wanted to humiliate the other party. Obviously, this method was easier and more energy efficient than before. It was also more satisfying. At this moment, the 3 of them were temporarily above the figure of law. However, they couldn't completely destroy the other party. As a law, the other party was immortal and indestructible. Whether it was those existences in the distance or those in the dark, they were all dumbfounded at this moment. They were dumbfounded and tongue-tied. The powerful natural order was so easily suppressed by the 3 of them. Furthermore, it was humiliated in front of so many people. During this period, the old monk was shouting and smashing with the demon, subduing pestle, causing the old monk to say that it was good. The 3 of them took turns to humiliate the other party. They knocked on the head, hit the butt, and hit the face. They divided the work clearly and didn't attack each other. Occasionally, the figure of law could resist, but soon he would be drowned by the terrifying energy and his figure would be scattered. When he reappeared, he would be humiliated again. Too much. The dignified power of law, the strongest existence in the ancient battlefield, was being humiliated like this. That was what everyone thought. Chapter 556. As the natural order reappeared in the world, loud noises could be heard in the sky, shaking the entire ancient battlefield. Clearly, something big had happened. In the ancient battlefield, all major events were related to treasures. With such a huge commotion, the humans could not help but suspect that a supreme treasure had appeared in some ruins. Many ancient beasts guessed that a pure-blooded ancient beast had appeared, or that something related to a pure-blooded ancient beast had spread out, causing the world to shake. Therefore, the humans and beasts in the depths of the ancient battlefield all moved based on their guesses, heading towards the area where the tremors were coming from. Other than the ordinary ancient beasts, such a violent tremor had attracted the attention of many king-level ancient beasts, causing them to change their direction. "This time, we must get there before them," Sky-devouring Wolf said faintly. Beside him was the wolf cub, while the old demonic leopard was on the other side. After entering the depths, they had successfully found the ancient medicine of life. After consuming it, they had regrown their limbs and regained their peak combat strength. During this period, the wolf cub had a fortuitous encounter and underwent a metamorphosis. Its combat strength was much stronger than before. It swore in its heart that once it returned, it would immediately look for the two humans and devour them on the spot. However, it was only a small gain for them. Therefore, they had to reach the battlefield before the other king-level ancient beasts so that they could obtain the ancient beast essence, blood first. Zhang Haotian, who was hiding in the dark, made his move in the next moment. In the sky, a monstrous killing intent surged, and a sharp sword light flashed past. In front, Zhang Haotian's figure appeared. He was as cold as ever, and the light of the stone sword in his hand slowly faded. The human figure of the natural order felt a chill down his body. As he looked down, he almost fainted from anger. He saw that between his legs, the place that was supposed to be a human's lifeblood had been cut off. Ah! The human figure of the natural order could not help but cry out in anger. Being knocked on the head, slapped on the face, and spanked on the buttocks, he could barely stand such humiliation. Now, the other party had used an even more ruthless move. To the power of the natural order, such an ordinary attack was nothing. After all, it was natural order, and it did not have human emotions. However, the other party was not purely of the natural order. He had integrated the will of a human into it. Of course, he knew the importance of that part. It was a continuation of a man's combat strength, and where the dignity of a man lay. In the distance, the group of people in the air were all dumbfounded. Such a method made them blush with shame. But soon their expressions changed, and they felt a chill down their bodies. As for the women, after they understood what was going on, their faces immediately turned red. Zhang Haotian, who had always been cold and taciturn, shocked everyone when he made his move. Not only the others, but even Tyrant and Zichen were looking at him with strange expressions. What? Isn't this a humiliation? Isn't this enough? Zhang Haotian said coolly. He had always been a cold person. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he really didn't want to use this kind of demeaning method. However, he was helpless. All the methods he could think of to humiliate them had already been used by the other three. In order to make the humiliation even more intense, he could only sacrifice himself for the greater good. Sure enough, this move shocked the entire crowd. It was without a doubt the strongest move among the four ascendants. When this move was used, the other three's humiliating methods were simply too weak. Light surged under the figure of rule, and then the part that had just disappeared was replaced. After all, the figure had a human's mind and felt that it was extremely abnormal to lose that part. However, after seeing Zhang Haotian's figure suddenly disappear, the figure of rule's expression changed drastically. He subconsciously closed his legs together and tried to tighten them. As a result, he, who was in midair with his legs clamped together, looked very strange. The people in the air who were watching the battle from afar wanted to laugh, but didn't dare to, for fear of being killed by the power of rule. They could only hold it in, and each of them had a red face. Haha, hey Rule, what are you doing? Tyrant was the first one who couldn't hold it in and let out a laugh. Then he pretended to be serious and said, Rule, be more serious. We are in a battle of life and death. Please don't make weird postures to disturb me. After saying that, Tyrant couldn't hold it in anymore. He held the demon, subduing Pestle, and laughed loudly. Zichen also chuckled. As for the demonic ape beside them, there were two kinds of laughter coming from its body. The other kind was extremely arrogant, and naturally it came from the old demonic ape. Humiliation. This was the real humiliation. Looking at the scene before them and thinking about the actions of Tyrant and the others, it was simply too benevolent. Amitba, good, good. The old monk in the demon, subduing pestle, repeatedly chanted the name of Buddha. In just a moment, he could already see that this successor was a little different. Rule, come on, let's continue the battle. While laughing, Tyrant suddenly held the demon, subduing pestle, and rushed in front of Rule. Then, when the other party was unprepared, he ruthlessly struck at his head, making a loud and clear sound. After hitting the target, Tyrant flashed back with a dissatisfied look on his face. He shouted at Rule, "Rule, please respect your opponent and be more serious." Everyone was speechless. This damn monk wasn't very strong, but his means of insulting others were definitely top-notch. Die, all of you, die! The figure of Rule let out a roar. Around his body, there was a blazing flame of Rule, and black smoke appeared from his body. This was completely caused by anger. If he was a normal human, he would have vomited blood and died. Swish! At this moment, the towering killing intent rose up again. Sharp sword light flashed. After that, the human figure of the law once again felt a chill down his spine. Looking at the empty space between his legs, his vision turned black, and he actually directly dissipated. What? The Rule has dissipated? It's gone. To think that he would be angered to the point of dissipating. The eyes of everyone were filled with disbelief. Indeed, the figure of Rule had dissipated after such humiliation. However, he did not dissipate and appeared once more. What's wrong? Looking for a beating again? Tyrant rushed up once more and smashed his demon, subduing pestle, wildly. By the time all the ancient beasts arrived, they saw the power of the energy grid appearing in the sky. This represented the power of the ancient battlefield and was extremely strong. When the ancient beasts caught sight of it, their faces changed. That's a figure formed by the power of the energy grid. Holy sh*T. That's a true utmost powerful existence. Looking at the figure of Rule, the ancient beasts exclaimed in shock. But soon after, they saw a scene that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. They saw a bald monk suddenly rushing into the power of the energy grid. Even though the power of the energy grid was extremely strong, it did not kill him. Instead, he went straight for the head of the energy grid and gave it a vicious smack, causing the energy grid to be disoriented. How could this be? To think that the head of the unparalleled power of the energy grid would be smacked by a human, and to think that he could move freely within the energy grid. The ancient beasts could not believe what they were seeing. They thought that it was an illusion. But soon after, they saw a tall figure disregarding the energy grid at the same time. Using a long rod, he smacked the butt of the energy grid and even sent it flying. Are we seeing a ghost? Could it be that someone is using illusions? The ancient beasts blinked their eyes, thinking that they were seeing things. By the time they opened their eyes again, the tall figure had already retreated. Instead, a winged human had appeared in front of the energy grid. Then, under the ancient beast's disbelief, the other party raised his palm towards the energy grid. Then a crisp slap rang out. The sound of the slap struck their hearts. It was as though the slap was warning them that all of this was not an illusion. Smacking on the head, smacking on the butt, and slapping on the face. The powerful energy grid figure was unable to retaliate at all. The ancient beasts felt that their brains were not enough to comprehend this. But in the next moment, a sharp killing intent surged. A resplendent sword light flashed and disappeared. Then the ancient beast saw that the energy grid figure had lost a piece of his lower body. And that piece of his lower body was precisely the lifeblood of the human. Even his lifeblood was cut off. All the ancient beasts were stunned. Right now, they were seriously doubting whether the other party was truly an utmost powerful energy grid figure. How dare you humiliate me? I'll have all of you die later. The energy grid figure that was humiliated to the extreme let out a threatening roar. Then the lower body that was cut off was restored once again. It's really the energy grid figure. Heavens, who are these people? They actually trampled on the energy grid figure. Seeing that the energy grid figure used to restore his lower body was the energy grid figure, the ancient beasts were completely shocked. The other party was truly a powerful energy grid figure, but he was trampled on by the human. The humiliation escalated once again. Then it was purely trampling. Pairs of huge feet stomped on the energy grid figure in the air. The sound of the stomping was so loud that it shook the heavens and earth. Even the ancient beasts who were using their spiritual senses to investigate the situation were speechless. At the same time, they felt a deep sense of dread toward these weapons. To be able to suppress the energy grid figure in the air, it was obvious that these weapons were extraordinary. Since the other party was the energy grid figure, his strength was naturally very strong. Moreover, he could not be killed. At the very least, Zichen and the others could not do anything to him. After continuous humiliation and trampling, even Zichen and Tyrant lost interest. Suddenly, they turned their gazes and looked at the crowd in the distance. The long and intense battle had long attracted the attention of many humans. It had even attracted quite a number of ancient beasts. Amongst them, there were even king ancient beasts. Zichen's gaze ignored the humans and focused on the many ancient beasts. Among the many ancient beasts, he spotted the wolf cub right away. At this moment, the eyes of the little wolf were filled with astonishment. He had thought that after his metamorphosis, his strength would be even stronger, and he would be able to trample on humans and kill them at any time. But he had not expected that the other party would have grown to the point where he could trample on the energy grid figure. A single thought was enough to kill him, and yet he was trampled on by his opponent. Suddenly, a sense of helplessness rose in the heart of the little wolf. Suddenly, the little wolf sensed a dangerous aura. He then caught sight of those cold eyes of Zichen landing on him. Thunderbolt finger. Those cold eyes were filled with killing intent. In the next moment, Zichen formed hand seals and pointed out at the little wolf. Chapter 5:57. Seeing Wolf Cub, Zichen did not hesitate and attacked. Wolf Cub was an ancient beast, and its blood essence was useful to him, since it had a grudge against him. He had to kill it while he was still strong. The golden finger imprint was filled with destructive heavenly thunder aura as it headed towards Wolf Cub's forehead. Wolf Cub was terrified when it saw the finger imprint descending from the sky. After witnessing Zichen's strength, it no longer had any intention to fight back. Scram! Suddenly, devouring Wolf Cub roared and struck out with its claw. The huge claw imprint shone brightly as it struck towards the descending finger imprint. Blue light flashed as the claw imprint hit the golden finger imprint. As a king-level ancient beast, devouring Wolf Cub was strong. However, it was not strong enough to face Zichen. Blue blood rained down as devouring Wolf Cub's claw imprint was instantly pierced through by the golden finger imprint. At the same time, the golden finger imprint pierced through devouring Wolf Cub's sharp claws and headed towards Wolf Cub's forehead. Poof! As expected, the small wolf's forehead was pierced through by the attack. An endless amount of destructive power rushed into the small wolf's body through the wound, destroying the small wolf's soul. Wolf Cub's body fell to the ground. Its eyes were wide open and filled with shock and fear. Lin Fan was indeed an existence that could trample on the rules. He injured a king-level ancient beast and killed a pure-blooded ancient beast's descendant with just one strike. Damn human! Give me back my son's life. Devouring Wolf Cub was enraged when it saw that Wolf Cub had lost its life. Murderous intent surged around it as it displayed its king-level aura. Zichen's cold eyes landed on devouring Wolf Cub, who was about to go berserk. He pointed his golden finger at Wolf Cub and shouted, "Thunder, descend!" Following his cold words, a terrifying heavenly thunder descended from the sky and struck devouring Wolf Cub with immense thunder aura. Devouring Wolf Cub let out a blood-curdling scream as the endless thunder aura destroyed its body. The thunder aura dissipated. The heavenly thunder did not kill Devouring Wolf cub, but it did injure it severely. At this moment, the fear in its heart had reached its peak. All its anger was awakened by this attack. In the next moment, it turned into a ray of light and escaped. Boom! But soon after, another explosion sounded in the world. It was another bolt of lightning that landed on the heaven-devouring wolf. This time, as expected, the heaven-devouring wolf died amidst a shrill cry of agony. Its enormous corpse smashed into the ground with a muffled thud. A king-level ancient beast was killed in 2 simple strikes. But before the crowd could cry out in shock, they heard a series of tragic cries coming from all around them. It was the monk who had trampled on the rules. No one knew when, but he had left the battle and charged toward a group of ancient beasts. As the demon, subduing pestle in his hand, smashed down, a large amount of Buddhist energy spread out. It was originally a holy and peaceful Buddhist energy, but now it was filled with a destructive aura, and it swept through the many ancient beasts. Meanwhile, when the Buddhist force scattered, 5 ancient beasts fell onto the ground, losing their life force. With such powerful battle prowess, the monk became incomparably excited. Compared to trampling on the rules, killing ancient beasts was obviously more meaningful. Hence, he ignored the old monk's benevolent words and directly rushed towards another ancient beast. Boom! The demon, subduing pestle, continued to shine with golden light. Although the old monk had retracted most of the Buddhist force, many ancient beasts still died. While the monk was happily killing, Zichen was not idle either. The heavenly thunder wings flashed behind him, and as if he had teleported, he arrived in front of the heaven-devouring wolf's corpse. Then he took out the purple gold gourd and kept the wolves inside. As for the old demonic leopard that had been following the heaven-devouring wolf, it had already seen that the situation was not good and disappeared without a trace. The monk's killing spree not only scared away the other ancient beasts, but also the humans who were watching earlier. All of them ran away in fear. In just a short while, after killing more than 10 pure-blooded descendants of ancient beasts, there were no longer any traces of humans or beasts around. Even Wang Qiong and the others had disappeared. Come and collect them quickly. The monk pointed at the ancient beast corpses on the ground and shouted at Zichen. What a pity! The king-level ancient beasts are all cunning. They all ran away when they saw that the situation was not good. We couldn't kill any of them. The monk was a little dissatisfied. Zichen stepped forward and collected all the ancient beast corpses. Then he flashed back to the battlefield in the sky. Next, it was time to deal with the figure of rules. The 4 of them held their weapons and stood side by side again, staring at the figure of rules. Finally, you can't take it anymore. The power of rules surged, and the figure of rules repaired his body once again. His cold and venomous eyes swept across the 4 of them. It's time for the battle to end. The stalwart figure appeared beside Zichen. At the same time, 3 other figures appeared beside the other 3. Other than the old monk and the old demonic ape, there was also an ordinary old man. He stood beside Zhang Haoyan with a hunched back. He looked like an ordinary servant and was not eye-catching at all. However, it was this ordinary old man who had made a name for himself with a stone sword back then. It's over? With just you guys? I'm the rule. If you want to kill me, you'll have to destroy this world. The figure of rules sneered. I seem to have guessed who you are. Just like back then, you're always so conceited. It's the same today. You've underestimated us and overestimated yourself. The stalwart man continued, speaking calmly. Was this going to be the final battle? Everyone had left, but there were still many spiritual thoughts in the sky. These were the spiritual thoughts of the old antiques. They did not leave as they were prepared to witness the final battle. Without further ado, the final battle began. The stalwart man brought along the silver world and rushed into the heavenly thunder wings behind Zichen. In an instant, the heavenly thunder wings exuded a mighty might of heavenly thunder. The old monk brought along the golden world and integrated it into the demon subduing pestle. In the next moment, the demon subduing pestle began to move violently. The sacred power of Buddha turned into a powerful and terrifying power of Buddha. The pitch-black energy from the pitch-black castle also entered the black rod along with the old demonic ape. After that, the patterns on the surface of the black rod all lit up, and an extremely powerful aura emerged. The ordinary-looking old man also entered the stone sword without saying a word. In the next moment, the stone sword began to glow. The glow was dazzling. You guys, looking at the scene before him, the figure of Rules had fear in his eyes for the first time. Even if we die, we'll destroy you. A cold voice came from the weapons on the 4 of them. Rules attached to me. The figure of Rules looked up to the sky and let out a roar. Then he began to frantically extract the power of Rules from the entire ancient battlefield. Endless power of Rules lingered around him. I'm the Rules. I'm immortal. Even if all of you die, I won't die. At the same time, there was a hint of madness in the eyes of the figure of Rules. Zichen and the rest looked at each other and nodded heavily. Then, with their strongest attack, they charged towards the figure of Rules. At this moment, the 4 inheritances were going against the rules of the ancient battlefield. Boom! The 4 of them attacked almost at the same time. Therefore, there was only a loud bang in the sky. After that, a destructive energy spread out in all directions. The first to suffer were the spiritual senses in the surroundings. They all let out a scream and then lost contact with their bodies. Under the destructive energy, all the spiritual senses turned into nothingness. The entire ancient battlefield shook in the explosion. All kinds of destructive energy rippled and destroyed everything in the surroundings. Whether it was the space or the ground, everything was being ravaged by the destructive energy. Moreover, the energy ripples were still spreading outwards. The violent ripples lasted for a long time. The entire ground sank by a few hundred meters, and the space was shattered dozens of times. After losing a spiritual sense, the old antiques in the outside world didn't care. They extended their spiritual senses again, wanting to see the result of the battle. However, the energy in the sky was still rampaging. This time, there was an even stronger energy that blocked their probing. Who's alive and who's dead? At this moment, whether it was the old antiques in the outside world or the people and beasts who were escaping far away, they were all concerned about this question. Unfortunately, the destructive energy was still rippling and no one dared to go near it. Wang Qiong and the rest who were escaping turned around when they heard the loud bang. However, other than the rippling destructive energy, they couldn't see anything else. Wang Xian, her eyes instantly turned red. She was worried that Zichen would die in the destructive energy. We can't stay here for long. Let's leave quickly, Wang Qiong suddenly said with a solemn face. This was because he had already sensed a few unfriendly gazes. They should be fine. LV Peng also spoke. Previously, it was Zichen who signaled for them to leave. The destructive energy lasted for almost an hour. During this hour, it was enough for Wang Qiong and the rest to escape far away. As for the rest, they waited outside the destructive energy. After an hour, the destructive energy dissipated. The previous battlefield had become a mess. Above the sky, the power of the void would surge out from time to time. The entire space became extremely unstable. From time to time, a pitch-black crack would appear. As for the ground, no one could see it anymore. The only thing they could see was a bottomless pit that went all the way to the bottom. Is he dead? Other than the messy battlefield, there was nothing else in the world. The figure of the rules had disappeared. As for the 4 humans, they were nowhere to be found. However, what was even more infuriating was that the 4 weapons seemed to be gone too. Just as everyone was guessing whether the 4 weapons had disappeared along with the energy of the explosion, a figure suddenly rushed out from the crack in the void. It was the Cold Killer. His face was pale, and he was still holding the stone sword tightly in his hand. As soon as he appeared, He coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. He seemed to have been severely injured. "It's that killer with the stone sword. He's still alive," many people exclaimed when they saw Zhang Haoyan. Then, their eyes lit up as they looked at the stone sword. Greed flashed in their eyes. The simple stone sword in the sky shone brightly. Then, the light enveloped Zhang Haoyan. Then, both he and the sword disappeared in the sky. Just as everyone was confused, the sky-splitting battle ape also appeared with the black staff. His situation was the same as Zhang Haoyan's. The black staff shone and then disappeared with him. "Damn it, why are they all gone?" Everyone cursed, feeling extremely uneasy. Then the void split open again. The monk holding the demon, subduing pestle, also appeared. The monk's pale face was filled with excitement, as if he had discovered a peerless treasure. Then he disappeared with the demon, subduing pestle. Could it be that they really broke the rules and are now going to accept the inheritance? Chapter 558. The four of them appeared one after another, but the rule power figure did not appear for a long time. Obviously, the rule power figure was really destroyed. Destroying the strongest rule power, the four of them could be said to have created a miracle. But where did the four of them go? Did they really go to receive the inheritance? Just as everyone was puzzled, they saw Zichen, who had just hidden in the void, suddenly appear. Behind him, the silver heavenly thunder wings left his body and disappeared into the void. What's going on? Why did the heavenly thunder wings abandon him? Many people were puzzled and their eyes widened. The four of them had appeared, and the others had all left. Only this human appeared, and he was abandoned by the previous weapon. Many people had an impression of this human, not to mention the crazy trampling of rule power. He was a powerful existence who fought against sky martial artists, suppressed the fireman, and almost killed the Dragonians. He was also a sky martial artist. It was not only the others who were puzzled, but also Zichen. They had clearly destroyed the rule power and created a miracle. If things had developed according to the original plan, they should have received the inheritance. But now, the heavenly thunderwings had abandoned him and left alone. Although he could sense the direction of the heavenly thunderwings, such an irresponsible situation made Zichen very unhappy. Uft! Suddenly, Zichen vomited blood, and the light golden blood fell into the deep pit on the ground. Destroying the rule power and creating a miracle came with a price. He was seriously injured, and the energy in his body was almost depleted. At this moment, the injury was acting up, and he could not help but cough up blood. Clap! Clap! Suddenly, a crisp clapping sound rang out, and several figures appeared in the void. "It's you!" Seeing the fireman in the lead, Zichen's expression changed. He finally understood why the heavenly thunderwings had abandoned him. It should be their doing. "You're really lucky. Even the rule power couldn't kill you." The fireman slowly walked forward, his eyes cold. Beside him, there were two sky martial artists for existences whose battle strength was comparable to sky martial artists and two Dragonians. There were 9 people in total. These 9 people had all been suppressed by Zichen before. At that time, Zichen had fought against all of them by himself, and the battle had been one-sided. At that time, Zichen's body was strange because the silver world provided him with energy. But now, the silver world couldn't even protect itself, so there was no way it could provide him with extra energy. Previously, Zichen had wanted to exterminate them and steal their treasures. Now that the other party had come to seek revenge, it was only natural. Everyone watching the battle from afar came to a realization. Zichen was heavily injured and had encountered 9 existences whose battle prowess was no weaker than his own. Naturally, he would not be stingy and immediately swallowed a treasure pill. Rich life force began to spread, and Zichen's non-fatal injuries were instantly healed. The energy in his body that had been depleted was once again replenished. Now that his injuries had healed, his combat strength had returned to its peak. Looking at the people in front of him, his expression was unprecedentedly solemn. None of these people were weaker than him in terms of battle prowess, especially the Flaming Man. His battle prowess was even more powerful. If it was a one-on-one battle, he might be able to hold on for a while. But looking at the other party's posture, it was obvious that they did not intend to have a fair fight. Look at you. You're scared. The Flaming Man's mouth had a hint of mockery. Aren't you very strong? You can even destroy the rules. Why are you scared when you see us? Longxing also ridiculed. He was the brother of the Dragonborn, so his battle prowess was naturally stronger than the Dragonborn. Unfortunately, he had encountered the strange Ziqin and was defeated in one blow. Scared? What a joke. I even dare to break the rules, let alone you. Where did you go just now? I couldn't even find you to have a heart-to-heart talk. Ziqin was stubborn. Hee, we left for a while just now. If you want to have a heart-to-heart talk, we can do it now. The Dragonborn chuckled, his expression becoming unfriendly. A heart-to-heart talk? That's a good suggestion. I don't know if you want to have a heart-to-heart talk with all of us, or with all of us. One of the sky martial artists also joked. Ziqin looked at everyone indifferently. He made some comparisons in his mind and then came to a conclusion. He couldn't beat them. If it was one-on-one, he still had a chance of winning. If it was one-on-two, his chances of survival were slim. If it was one-on-three, he would definitely die. If it was 1-on-9, he would definitely die. His first thought was that he couldn't beat them. Running away was the second. Therefore, he decisively turned around and ran. He was a powerful existence that could destroy the rules. Previously, he had killed a king-level ancient beast in 2 blows, scaring all the experts into running away. However, at this moment, he was like a stray dog being chased by everyone. Run? Do you think you can run? Today is the day you die. You can't escape even if you have wings. As the cold voice fell, the group of experts chased after Ziqin, as if to verify the other party's words. Then the energy in the sky began to surge, and then figures appeared. As soon as they appeared, they launched powerful attacks. The energy in the sky surged and swept toward Ziqin. Swoosh! Golden light flashed under Ziqin's feet. He displayed extreme speed. His body propped up a defensive light shield, and he rushed into the energy in the sky. Amidst the explosions, his body was not obstructed at all. He broke through the energy. His protective light shield was broken, and his clothes were torn in many places. However, there were no wounds on his body. After that, like a tiger in a flock of sheep, he rushed into the air. As the golden light flashed, the sound of sharp blades cutting into bodies was heard. Fresh blood splattered in the sky, and human heads flew into the sky. There were pursuers behind him, but Ziqin did not stop. He rushed through the crowd, and 7 or 8 headless corpses fell to the ground with blood spurting out. And during this time, the Flaming Man caught up and collided head-on with Ziqin. Boom! The endless power of flames surged and hit Ziqin hard. In the next moment, Ziqin was sent flying. He spat out a mouthful of pale golden blood, and his body disappeared into the distance. Humph! After being hit by my attack, he will definitely suffer the pain of being burned by the fire poison. His speed will definitely decrease greatly, and he will definitely die. Looking at Ziqin's fleeing figure, the Burning Man snorted coldly and signaled for everyone to quickly pursue. He followed behind unhurriedly to show his unique identity. Although the other strong cultivators were somewhat dissatisfied, they concealed it very well and didn't show it. The Burning Man's strength was without a doubt the strongest amongst them. Even Tian-level cultivators weren't a match for him. The Burning Man's attack was indeed strange. As Ziqin fled, he felt as if there were flames burning in his body. Even the powerful, perfect body felt pain. The strangest thing was the loss of his vitality. Although Ziqin was puzzled by the inexplicable flames in his body, he did not panic. In his body, the golden blood began to flow, emitting a monstrous sound. The perfect body released a resplendent golden light and began to expel the flames. An inexplicable force appeared in Ziqin's pale golden blood. Not only did it suppress the spread of the fire poison, but it also began to disperse and extinguish the flames. Although the effect was minimal, the flames were decreasing. If the burning man saw this scene, he would definitely be dumbfounded. Unfortunately, he was destined to never see it. As time passed, the flames in Zi-Chen's body were slowly expelled. Furthermore, under the burning of the flames, Zi-Chen felt that his physique seemed to have improved a little. If I use this flame to temper my body every day, my physique should quickly transform again. At this moment, Zi-Chen actually had the thought of capturing the burning man and using him as a laborer. However, this was clearly unrealistic. He was still no match for the burning man. 15 minutes later, Zi-Chen successfully forced out all the fire poison. As he was multitasking, his speed slowed down and an expert caught up to him. It was the Dragon Man from before. He, who was almost killed by Zi-Chen, had always been brooding over this matter. Therefore, after learning that Zi-Chen had been poisoned by the fire poison, he spared no effort to chase after him. Finally, he overtook one expert after another and successfully caught up to Zi-Chen. Human die. The Dragon Man let out a furious roar from afar. Monstrous killing intent surged around him. Zi-Chen turned his head. When he saw the Dragon Man coming alone, there was a hint of madness in his eyes. Then, under the Dragon Man's incredulous gaze, the Dragon Man actually rushed towards him. You still dare to come forward after being poisoned by the fire poison. Are you courting death? The Dragon Man's mouth had a hint of disdain. The energy around him was at its strongest. Then, golden light flashed and golden energy engulfed the Dragon Man. This battle happened very quickly, and it ended just as quickly. After 2 violent explosions, the battle was over. Zi-Chen rushed out of the surging energy, holding a blood-colored broken spear in his hand. There was still scarlet blood flowing down the tip of the spear. In his other hand, he held a spirit ring and a spatial pendant. After rushing out of the surging energy, his body staggered and nearly fell. A huge bloody hole appeared in his chest. His heart had nearly been pierced through. In just 2 short strikes, it was truly a life for a life. In the end, the perfect body won. Zi-Chen lived while the Dragon Man died. He quickly found the Dragon Man's treasure pill and swallowed it. As his vital aura circulated to heal his injuries, he transformed into a beam of light and fled. Soon the pursuers arrived. When they saw the dead Dragon Man on the ground, their expressions changed instantly. Damn it, what's going on? Upon seeing the Dragon Man's corpse, Longxing couldn't help but roar at the burning man. Wasn't he poisoned by the fire poison? Why does he still have such powerful combat strength? Longxing's yelling made the burning man very displeased. However, he was also puzzled as to why the other party could still kill the Dragon Man despite being poisoned. Suddenly, the burning man seemed to recall something and cursed inwardly. Damn it, I forgot about his physique. It should be because of his special physique that he dispelled the fire poison. He naturally couldn't say this out loud. Therefore, he said with a gloomy face, he should have suppressed the fire poison. Now that he's injured, he probably can't suppress the fire poison anymore. Death is only a matter of time. With that said, the burning man chased in the direction Zi-Chen had fled. Human, I, Longxing, will definitely kill you. Longxing let out an angry roar. Chapter 559. This was a silver world filled with resplendent silver light. Zi-Chen had followed the fluctuations of the heavenly lightning wings. The heavenly lightning wings were floating in the air above this silver world. The heavenly lightning wings had originally been over 1,000 meters long, emitting a terrifying aura. But after the previous battle, they were now only 2 meters long. Furthermore, their silver light had dimmed a lot. Originally, there were countless silver snakes floating in the silver world. Each of the silver snakes contained the terrifying might of heavenly thunder. Now it was empty. In the vast silver world, only the heavenly thunder wings floated alone. Clearly, the final attack in the battle to kill the laws had exhausted all the heavenly lightning energy in this silver world. "You've come." The stalwart man appeared beside the heavenly lightning wings, lowering his head to look at Ziqin. "Greetings, Senior." Ziqin bowed respectfully. The lightning mark on his forehead flashed once more. The reason he had been able to smoothly reach this place was because of the lightning mark that had led him here. "Accept the inheritance." The stalwart man didn't say much. His figure was dim, and his determined face was filled with exhaustion. "Senior, how did this ancient battlefield form? And that law figure, was he your enemy when he was alive?" asked Ziqin. Ziqin still had many questions that he wanted answers to. Furthermore, this stalwart man was an existence that had lived for over 10,000 years. He naturally knew about things that had happened long ago. The past is the past. History doesn't leave behind anything. You should look forward, not pay attention to history. The stalwart man sighed. Time will not reverse. Even if something happened back then, everything will turn to dust. Time will pass, and a new cycle will begin. Your path is ahead, not in the past. The stalwart man clearly didn't want to say more, but Senior, Ziqin was unwilling. What will happen in the end. The only thing we can do is leave what little inheritance we have left to the people who come after us, so that they can become stronger. As soon as he finished speaking, the stalwart man's figure suddenly dissipated, and his entire person turned into a silver lightning mark. Ziqin suddenly lost control of his body. Then he slowly floated towards the heavenly thunder wings. Finally, he arrived at the place where the stalwart man was. The lightning mark emitted a dazzling silver light and merged with Ziqin's forehead. Your Thunder Clan imprint isn't pure. Now, I'll give you a pure Thunder Clan imprint. The majestic man's voice rang out. After that, the pair of heavenly thunder wings was also implanted into Ziqin's back. Thunder was originally a violent and destructive thing. Now that it had merged with Ziqin, it was even more forceful. The thunder imprint merged with his soul, and the heavenly thunder wings merged with his body. Such a barbaric and violent fusion caused Ziqin's body, mind, and soul to simultaneously feel intense pain. This intense pain pushed Ziqin to the brink of collapse in an instant. His vision turned black, and he actually fainted. Possessing the peak of yin and yang thunder force, reaching the core essence realm is the most difficult thing. Your starting point is too high. If you want to transform once more, it'll be difficult. Although he had long since seen through Ziqin's problem, the stalwart man didn't ask about it. He also didn't give him any pointers. In his opinion, Ziqin had his own path, and there was nothing he could do to help or give him any advice. The only thing he could do now was pass on the inheritance that Ziqin deserved. An existence from the ancient era had disappeared from this world, just like that. He hadn't left behind any words, nor had he left behind any grudges. Just as he had said before, everything had vanished like smoke. Within the silver world, Ziqin quietly floated in the air, accepting the Thunder Clan's inheritance. His pained expression slowly relaxed, and he looked like a sleeping baby. It was like he was in a dream. In the dream, he saw a bizarre world. That world was filled with many inconceivable things. All kinds of ancient beasts walked in the sky, and all kinds of strange humans. Some were like fire, some were like ice, some had a human head and a beast body, and some had a beast head and a human body. They were all surging with powerful auras. With a raise of their hands, shining mountains exploded one after another. However, so many experts were falling one after another, and the one fighting with them was a blurry and tall figure. This was like a dream. Everything was illusory, but it was so real as if it had really happened before. The thunder mark merged with Ziqin's forehead, flashing with a brilliant silver light. As the mark merged with Ziqin, the Thunder Clan's inheritance battle technique appeared. That stalwart figure was demonstrating the Thunder Clan's battle technique in Ziqin's Sea of Consciousness. In addition, the heavenly Thunderwings was also merging with Zi-Chen's body. At the same time, Tyrant, Devil Ape, and Zhang Haoqian were also accepting the inheritance. As for the old monk, the ordinary old man, and the old devil ape, they all disappeared, not leaving behind a single word. Only the old devil ape gave the devil ape a warning before disappearing. No matter what happens in the future, just stick to your heart. What you think is right is right. The stone sword, demon subduing pestle, and black rod had also lost their original power in the battle. Apart from the extraordinary material, their power was only slightly stronger than an elixir weapon. Time flew by. News of the destruction of the rules spread like wildfire. During this period, Zi-Chen and the other three had undoubtedly become the focus of discussion. After destroying the rules here, they would become famous in the southern region. Moreover, with the destruction of the rules, there would more or less be some special changes in this world. In an instant, many king-level ancient beasts became eager and began to search the various regions of the battlefield. As for those old antiques in the periphery, they continued to hide and sleep. They had sharp senses. Although the power of the rules was destroyed, the entire ancient battlefield did not fall into chaos. Clearly, this was not the only rule. Therefore, they chose to wait and see. Time passed quickly. 10 days, half a month, 1 month, 2 months, and half a year passed quickly. The ancient battlefield showed no signs of closing. Regardless of whether it was humans or ancient beasts, they were still searching for what they needed. During this period, all kinds of battles occurred frequently. Even heaven-level martial artists had to be careful in the depths. In this half a year, the name of the Burning Man had spread. He had killed more than 10 pure-blooded ancient beast descendants in a day. His powerful battle strength was shocking. Moreover, he was not even afraid of the king-level ancient beasts. He had successfully escaped from 2 king-level ancient beasts. In addition, the name of the Dragon Man Longxing had also spread throughout the ancient battlefield. His battle strength was powerful and terrifying. Even 4 or 5 pure-blooded ancient beast descendants had to take a detour when they saw him. In this half a year, Longxing had been shouting Zi-Chen's name every day. He had threatened to take revenge for his brother. He would extract the other party's soul and seal it in his family's dragon tomb to repent. The 2 powerful heaven-level martial artists had also made a name for themselves. It could be said that in this ancient battlefield, if one did not have the power to rival a heaven-level martial artist, they would have to be prepared to die at any moment. In the battle half a year ago, Zi-Chen and Tyrant had provoked all the powerful enemies. So after the 2 of them disappeared, Wang Qiong and the others had become much more low-key. Under the lead of the spirit-devouring rats, they had deliberately stayed away from those powerful existences. During this time, although they had encountered ancient beasts and had fought several times, they had been more daunting than dangerous. Furthermore, with the spirit-devouring rats, their luck was naturally not bad. They had gained quite a bit. However, these daunting but not dangerous days only lasted for half a year. After half a year, a cold voice filled with killing intent pushed them to the heart of the storm. Zi-Chen, you're not going to show yourself? Very well. Then I'll kill your friends first. As time passed, Longxing's killing intent grew even stronger. Finally, he had drawn his fury onto Zi-Chen's friends. At the same time, Longxing announced that anyone who provided clues would be able to obtain a dead pure-blooded ancient beast's descendant as long as it was true. A dead pure-blooded ancient beast's descendant, as the price would naturally attract the attention of many factions. Damn it, they're really going all out. A pure-blooded ancient beast's descendant? Even I want to report myself. Wang Shan was shocked by the other party's generosity and could not help cursing. This place might have been exposed. Let's quickly leave, Wang Qiong said coldly as he glanced at the human corpses beside him. Following that, everyone's nightmare arrived. Those weak factions that wanted to enter the depths of the ancient battlefield to try their luck discovered that the depths were filled with danger. They started searching for Wang Qiong and the others. 3 days later, their tracks were exposed, attracting many beasts. They surrounded them, all of them brimming with killing intent. Wang Qiong and the others were all monstrous geniuses. They relied on the Sword of Light to kill their way out of the encirclement. Then Longxing arrived, but he missed. Find them. We must find them and kill them. Longxing's eyes were filled with a cold light. A hunt for Wang Qiong and the others began. However, after the unexpected encirclement, they became much more vigilant. Wherever they passed, formations were set up, and they were all extraordinarily powerful. The group of demons was at a disadvantage. With Elder Mo's personal teachings, L.V. Peng's attainments in formations gradually deepened. As time passed, he brought more and more trouble to the beasts. At this point, L.V. Peng began to truly accept Elder Mo's legacy in formations. Although Elder Mo's knowledge was not extensive, he was still in existence who had lived for countless years. Few people could compare to his attainments in formations. Even 2AO by Chuanbak then could not compare. Elder Hiroshi taught L.V. Peng the Tao of array formations, but it was different from other legacies. This was a personal teaching. In addition, L.V. Peng's comprehension was very high, and his attainments in array formations had improved by leaps and bounds. As L.V. Peng's attainments in formations increased, the beasts also suffered greater losses. This hunt lasted for half a year. After half a year, L.V. Peng, who had a sparring partner, practiced formations every day. Finally, he relied on his own strength to set up the 10-direction Nirvana formation. The 10-direction Nirvana formation was set up in an open area. As soon as the beasts stepped into the formation, a murderous aura began to surge. Fierce attacks filled the entire formation, causing the beasts to suffer destructive attacks. However, because there were no formation flags or many materials, the formation that was set up with only primal stones was greatly weakened. It did not last long before it collapsed. Chapter 560. In the silver space, Zichun floated quietly. The heavenly thunder wings on his back had disappeared, and the lightning mark between his eyebrows had also disappeared following the end of the inheritance. The inheritance had lasted for an entire year. A year had passed, and the silver space that had lost all its energy was no longer resplendent. It had become incomparably dim. Floating in the air, Zichen's eyes suddenly trembled slightly. Then he opened his eyes, but they were slightly absent-minded. Soon, Zichen's absent-minded eyes lit up, and he instantly stood up. Inheritance? Am I not accepting the inheritance? Senior, where is Senior? Zichen looked around. The moment Zichen opened his eyes, the silver world fell into eternal darkness. It became pitch black and deathly silent. Looking at the pitch-black space in the blink of an eye, Zichen closed his mouth and chose to remain silent. Then he tried hard to recall what had happened before. Yes, I am accepting the inheritance. As for Senior, Zichen's eyes had a trace of sadness. The stalwart man had already disappeared, turning into a pure lightning mark that had merged with the lightning mark between his eyebrows. Swoosh! Suddenly, in the pitch-black space, a brilliant light flashed again. A pair of silver wings suddenly appeared on Zichen's back. The silver light was coming from there. This is the heavenly thunder wings. It has indeed merged with my body. Zichen was both surprised and excited. Just now, he only had the thought of the heavenly thunder wings in his mind. He did not expect that the heavenly thunder wings would appear in the next moment. Sure enough, with a thought, the heavenly thunder wings disappeared. The silver light flashed repeatedly in the pitch-black world, and the entire space was also flickering. When Zichen completely understood and mastered the heavenly thunder wings, the entire space fell into darkness again. After an hour, Zichen, who had familiarized himself with the situation, walked out of the space. Boom! As soon as Zichen appeared in the void, he felt a violent energy appear beside him. In the next moment, a violent aura collided head-on with him. Pum! The berserk aura engulfed Zichen, and the frenzied energy surged. Immediately after, a powerful force slammed into Zi Chen's body, emitting a loud, muffled sound. The sudden turn of events caused Zi Chen to be startled. Then he saw a huge figure crash into him and bounce back, smashing into the ground from the air. Despicable! A furious voice rang out from the ground. However, halfway through, the voice was filled with fear. Zi Chen, it's actually you. You didn't die. Looking at the gigantic creature below, Zi Chen's heart was filled with doubt. He was certain that he did not recognize this ancient beast at all. You know me. Zi Chen looked at the ancient beast in confusion. It was a barbaric bull, and its entire body was glowing. Zi Chen was sure that this was the first time he had seen it. The barbaric bull's eyes were filled with fear. It nodded. I know. Right now, there isn't a single ancient beast in the ancient battlefield that doesn't know you. Furthermore, I saw you from afar when you fought the laws. Oh, I'm that famous? How do you know my name? The barbaric bull looked around, and a trace of fear appeared in its eyes. It's Longxing. He threatened to kill you. That news has already spread everywhere. Furthermore, what? Zi Chen looked at it. I already said that you can't kill me, said the barbaric bull suddenly. You still dare to bargain. Zi Chen's gaze instantly turned cold. No, I don't dare. It's just... The barbaric bull was so terrified that it was incoherent. As a pure-blooded descendant of an ancient beast, the barbaric bull was usually an extremely arrogant existence. But when it encountered Zi Chen, all its arrogance disappeared. Instead, it was terrified. It had to know that back then, it had personally seen Zi Chen sweep through countless humans. That included powerful existences like the Flame Man and Longxing. Furthermore, he had even destroyed the heavenly Daos. Other than that, killing a young heaven-devouring wolf with a single finger and killing a heaven-devouring wolf king with 2 moves was the most direct display of his strength. Of course, if the first few things were just a fluke, then that collision just now was a true display of power. Longxing had been completely defenseless, yet it hadn't been able to knock him away. Instead, it had been sent flying. It could be seen just how powerful Longxing was. Speak. I won't kill you. Furthermore, what? Asked Zi Chen. The barbaric bull's eyes were filled with gratitude. Furthermore, Longxing even attacked your friends. What? Zi Chen's expression changed. That bastard Longxing actually dared to attack my friends. When did that happen? What happened to them? The barbaric bull's heart trembled when he heard the terrifying and powerful Longxing being called a bastard. He hastily said that happened half a year ago. However, they didn't succeed. Instead, they suffered a great loss. It's said that there is a mysterious array master among your friends. The barbaric bull told him everything he knew. Zi Chen's gloomy expression eased slightly. As expected, he had made the right move in placing the Taiji diagram with LV Peng. Then, Zi Chen, can I leave now? Seeing Zi Chen remain silent for a long time, the barbaric bull was alarmed. Leave. Zi Chen coldly looked at him. Why are you in such a hurry? Where are you going? The barbaric bull hesitated for a moment. In the end, he said, last time when the laws were destroyed by you, some changes occurred in this region. Regions that had never appeared before have appeared frequently recently. This time, I heard that a region has opened. There might be true ancient beast essence blood there. I want to try my luck. True ancient beast essence blood. Zi Chen frowned. That's right. It's the essence blood of a pure-blooded ancient beast from the ancient era. Many ancient beasts have already gone there. I'm already considered slow. The barbaric bull emphasized. Zi Chen's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. Then his figure flashed as he jumped onto the barbaric bull's back. Let's go. Bring me there. The barbaric bull's face instantly turned ugly. He said in a low voice, but you said you would let me go. Once we reach the place, you'll be free. I promise. The barbaric bull carried Ziqin deep into the region. Sure enough, as soon as they started moving, Ziqin saw a group of ancient beasts rushing toward the depths of the region. Ziqin's appearance on the barbaric bull naturally attracted attention. However, when they saw that the human on the barbaric bull's back was Ziqin, their faces changed drastically. Then they let out terrified cries. Swoosh! Ziqin tapped his foot and turned into a ray of golden light, rushing toward the ancient beasts. Not good. He's Ziqin. Run quickly. The group of ancient beasts let out earth-shattering roars and fled in an instant. The 5 pure-blooded ancient beast descendants were all powerful, but when they saw Ziqin, they retreated without a fight. Unfortunately, under Ziqin's extreme speed, it was impossible for them to escape smoothly. Puff! Ziqin pointed his finger. A golden light flashed and a terrifying aura appeared. One of the ancient beast's forehead was pierced by his finger. Its huge body fell from the sky with a loud bang and a burst of dust. At the same time, Ziqin punched out. His tyrannical fist flashed with a dazzling golden light and hit the second ancient beast. With a dull explosion, the second ancient beast turned into a corpse and fell from the sky. A one-hit kill. Seeing the ancient beasts being killed one after another, the barbaric bull's eyes widened to the limit. He was overwhelmed with shock and fear. Ziqin had only attacked 5 times, and 5 attacks had killed 5 ancient beasts that were on the same level as him. For a moment, the terrified barbaric bull didn't know what to say. He could only rejoice in his heart. After storing the ancient beasts' corpses into the purple gold gourd, Ziqin turned into a ray of light and flew back, landing on the barbaric bull's back. The barbaric bull's body suddenly trembled and almost knelt on the ground. It was completely frightened by Ziqin's strength. After killing 5 ancient beasts, Ziqin appeared to be very relaxed. He suddenly asked the barbaric bull, "Don't worry, I said I won't kill you." "Oh, right, other ancient beasts are in groups. Why did you go alone?" Hearing this, the barbaric bull's fear weakened and became more cautious. When answering the question, it took a long time to think before telling the reason. Ziqin laughed involuntarily. It turned out that its companions were all killed by the monk's demon subduing Pessil a year ago because they were too close to the battlefield. Now their corpses were in Ziqin's purple gold gourd. "You're lucky to be able to escape from the monk." Ziqin smiled. He was in a good mood. He had gained a lot from this trip to the ancient battlefield. It would be perfect if he could smoothly bring the old man out. A few days later, under the barbaric bull's lead, Ziqin successfully arrived at this unfamiliar place. During this period of time, he encountered 2 more groups of ancient beasts. Just like the previous group, when they saw Ziqin, their faces were filled with terror, and they immediately fled. As for the final result, they were naturally killed. Along the way, Ziqin killed more than 10 ancient beasts. Adding the ones he obtained before, it was enough for him to undergo his baptism. But if he let everyone undergo the baptism, it was obviously not enough. The difference was too big. So many ancient beasts here were destined to be unlucky. It seemed that he was too famous. During this time, Ziqin simply changed his appearance to avoid causing unnecessary trouble. He also deliberately avoided the ancient beast kings who had a grudge with him, such as the old demonic leopard. In this area, many ancient beasts had already gathered. There were also traces of humans. They were all in groups and were very strong. So, whether it was the humans or the ancient beasts, they all chose to restrain themselves and did not fight. Ziqin arrived on the barbaric bull. It was so unusual that everyone looked at him. He had actually subdued an ancient beast. Clearly, this stranger sitting on the barbaric bull's back was extraordinary. Ziqin had fulfilled his promise and let the barbaric bull leave. But who knew that the latter would not leave and chose to follow Ziqin? "Up to you," Ziqin said. After that, Ziqin looked around. With a glance, he found many familiar people. Among them, the powerful flame man was in front. Other than that, there were two other heaven-level cultivators. Boom! All of a sudden, energy surged from the horizon, and numerous figures flew over at high speed. Chapter 561. One was chasing and the other was escaping. Explosions of energy came from the horizon. The one who was escaping was in a panic, scared out of his wits. The one who was chasing was arrogant and domineering. "Stop, don't run." The sound came from afar, attracting the attention of many people and beasts. When they saw who it was, their expressions changed. Zichen also turned his head, but when he saw who it was, a faint smile appeared on his face. "Master Wuda, save us!" Along with the screams, a group of people flew over in panic. In the process of escaping, one of them was hit by a golden light. His vision turned black, and he fell to the ground, losing his life. "Stop!" A shout came. A sky warrior suddenly rushed out, turning into a rainbow and shooting forward. At the same time, he mobilized the ultimate energy in his body and fought with the one who was chasing him. Boom! Waves of energy swept out, and the blast of the ultimate energy spread in all directions. The one who came and the sky warrior exchanged a blow, but it was a draw. "How dare you kill my people? Do you want to die?" The sky warrior named Wu said coldly, "I think you're the ones who want to die." A tougher voice came from the other side, followed by a flash of golden light. An object that looked like a hammer and a sword appeared in the other's hand, and it smashed toward the sky warrior's head. Bang! With a loud bang, the sky was full of golden light, and the ultimate energy surged again. The sky warrior, who was known as the strongest among his peers, was knocked back with one blow. After being knocked back with one blow, the sky warrior's face became gloomy. "Get out of here. You dare to kill my friend? Go to hell." The monk held the demon subduing pestle in his hand. Golden light flashed as he scolded the sky warrior. The sound waves spread, and many people and beasts couldn't help but tremble. They thought that the monk was indeed a powerful existence that could destroy rules. "We're just looking for relics there." "You're the one who wants to kill us," a sky warrior behind the sky warrior said. Facing the powerful monk, his voice was trembling. "Bulsh *T. How can you follow us for dozens of miles?" Suddenly, a shout came from the sky, followed by figures flying quickly. The newcomers were Wang Qiong's group. After half a year of being hunted down, they were unscathed. The one who cursed was naturally Wang Shan. Zichen heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that none of them were missing, and that their auras were much stronger than they had been a year ago. "We were just looking for the ruins. Who would have thought that you rats were hiding in front of us?" Seeing the second heaven martial artist walking towards them, Yukong's courage clearly grew a lot, and he began to speak rudely. "You're courting death." Wang Shan immediately shouted, and his eyes turned cold. As a monstrous genius, Wang Shan's combat strength was not weaker than his opponent's. "Since you dare to attack the people of the Martial Heaven Alliance, I think you're the ones courting death." Wuda's words were cold as killing intent flashed in his eyes. This was the first time they had revealed their identities. The alliance formed by the Martial Heaven Continent's heavenly experts was called the Martial Heaven Alliance. It was a true superpower, and it was known as the overlord of the Martial Heaven Continent. When everyone heard this, their expressions changed. "Anyone who dares to attack my friend will die, even if they're from the Martial Heaven Alliance," said the monk fearlessly. "So you're saying you're courting death?" The two heaven martial artists had already gotten close, glaring at the monk. In the distance, the flame man only watched coldly. He didn't interfere. He was a legendary existence. If it weren't for the fact that Zichen was so hateful, he wouldn't have bothered to join hands with anyone else. Did those who possessed extreme energy have to be a heaven martial artist? The flame man disdained such a thing. Furthermore, hearing the other side's declaration, the flame man's disdain grew. Even if they were heaven martial artists, they were only Hotian experts. True heaven martial artists were also known as Xiantian experts. They were the true core of the Martial Heaven Alliance, and they enjoyed the Alliance's limitless resources. Each one of them was a treasure of the Alliance. Before reaching the Primal Core realm, they wouldn't appear, nor would they participate in any dangerous trials. They were the true beneficiaries of the Martial Heaven Alliance, the true beneficiaries of the Alliance's resources. They were like the disciples of a sect, and they didn't need to pay any price. As for these Hotion experts in Yukong, they were just ordinary disciples and workers. They were also part of the Martial Heaven Alliance, but they didn't represent the Martial Heaven Alliance. The Flame Man was arrogant. His target was only Zichen, and he disdained to do anything to Zichen's friends. The two Heaven Martial Artists were extremely powerful, and they coldly glared at the monk. The atmosphere was tense, and a fight could break out at any moment. Zichen, you're not going to help? Barbarian Bull cautiously sent him a message. Zichen smiled indifferently and shook his head. I'm not going. If you're willing, you can help. Hearing that, Barbarian Bull's heart shook. He softly said, If you're not going, I'm not going either. They're your friends, not mine. Zichen ignored Barbarian Bull. He smiled as he looked forward. Since you're not going, you can stay here and watch the show. Let's see how many more reckless fools are hiding in the dark. The atmosphere became even more tense. An intense battle could break out at any moment. The other side had 2 Heaven Martial Artists and over 10 Yukong. To be able to join the Martial Heaven Alliance, Yukong's combat power was naturally not weak. As for Wang Qiong's side, they only had the monk, who was comparable to a Heaven Martial Artist. Seeming to have received some kind of order, Yukong became even more unbridled. He pointed at the monk's nose and shouted, Damned rat, do you know who we are? We're from the Martial Heaven Alliance, the High and Mighty Martial Heaven Alliance. We have noble statuses, so how could we possibly follow rats like you? Wang Qiong and the others' expressions became icy. However, Yukong did not seem to notice and became even more aggressive. His stubby finger almost poked the monk's nose. His expression became ferocious as he said, Ants, open your dog eyes wide and look clearly. We are the heavens. Boom! Before Yukong could even finish speaking, a terrifying wave of energy swept through the sky. A pitch-black staff descended from the sky, smashing into Yukong's head. A violent explosion rang out as a terrifying energy surged out. The previously arrogant Yukong had been blown apart by a single strike. That scene stunned everyone. They had never imagined that there would be someone hiding in the sky, someone who dared to attack the Martial Heaven Alliance's people. Is the Martial Heaven Alliance very powerful? The devil ape's large figure appeared, holding a black staff covered in runes. Its scarlet eyes emitted an icy light. The arrogant Yukong was blown apart. His flesh and blood splattered on the Yukong beside him. Seeing such a violent devil ape, the other Yukong were filled with terror. They hastily retreated. Previously, they had been so pleased with themselves that they had almost reached the monk. It's too late for you to leave now. The devil ape sneered and raised its staff. Terrifying energy surged from the staff, and it smashed into the Yukong in front of it. Another Yukong was blown apart. Following that was a third Yukong. By the time the Heaven Martial Artists reacted to block the devil ape, 3 Yukong had already been blown apart. As for the others, they were filled with terror. You dare attack us in front of us? Courting death! Raged 2 Heaven Martial Artists. Just as they were about to attack, a monstrous killing intent surged. A sharp sword light appeared in the sky, slashing toward one of the Heaven Martial Artists. That Heaven Martial Artist's expression changed. His energy surged, forming one barrier after another. At the same time, his body transformed into light as he dodged to the side. Uft! The sword light flashed and blood splashed. One of the Yukong's hearts was pierced. He collapsed to the ground, his life drained away. His opponent's target hadn't been him. The Heaven Martial Artist felt like he had lost all face, and he blamed himself for reacting too quickly. Suddenly, The killing intent that had just disappeared reappeared. This time it was even sharper. A bone-piercing killing intent directly attacked the space between his eyebrows. Shouted the Tian-level cultivator. He once again circulated his energy, and his entire body emitted a resplendent light. Uft! The same bloody light splashed again. Not far away, one of the Yukong's men died. It was a one-hit kill, and a figure once again hid in the void. There was dead silence. Everyone's eyes involuntarily looked toward the heaven martial artist. Their expressions were strange. They didn't understand why he had such a big reaction. Only the heaven martial artist himself knew that the guy who was good at assassination had tried to kill him twice in a row. Swoosh! The sharp killing intent appeared for the third time, and the sword light flashed again. Again, shouted the Tian-level warrior. He rushed towards the last person who was shouting, wanting to protect him. But just as he was in the air, his expression suddenly changed, and he quickly dodged to the side. The sword light flashed, and a deep wound appeared on the heaven martial artist's shoulder. Blood flowed out of the wound, and his entire arm was almost cut off. After being fooled 3 times in a row, the heaven martial artist's expression was extremely gloomy. He looked ahead with resentment. However, that assassin had gone into hiding after that one attack and hadn't appeared again. Only the monk and the heaven-splitting battle ape remained standing in front of him. You dare to attack the people of the Martial Heaven Alliance? Today will be the day you die, said the heaven martial artist who had been injured by Zhang Haotian. Of the 4 people who had destroyed the laws, 3 had already appeared. Everyone guessed that Ziqin had also appeared. The flame man's gaze turned icy. He looked over, but he had no intention of coming over. As for the other 4 experts on the same level as the heaven martial artists, they walked over with unkind expressions. At the same time, powerful waves of energy appeared on the horizon. One devil race expert after another was flying over. The one at the front was Long Xing. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Behind him was a group of devil race experts. If their robes weren't torn, then they were injured. They were in a sorry state. For half a year, they had been chasing after Wang Qiong and the others, acting as LV Peng's sparring partners. After half a year, the devil race had lost half their numbers. It could be said that their losses were disastrous. Today none of you will leave alive, shouted Longxing upon seeing Wang Qiong and the others. Chapter 562. Those who had a grudge against Ziqin were all present. 4 of them were sky-level cultivators, 2 were sky-level cultivators, and 1 was a dragon man. Apart from that, there were also many other forces in the sky. Run! Aren't you all good at running? Why aren't you running? Long Xing walked towards them, killing intent flashing in his eyes. Ziqin had killed his brother, and he wanted to take revenge. Unfortunately, Ziqin had disappeared, so he settled for the next best thing, and killed Ziqin's friends first. But who would have thought that there would be a mysterious array master among them, causing them to suffer heavy losses in the past 6 months? The group of monsters were all in a sorry state. Some of them were even injured. At this moment, they were looking at Wang Qiong and the others with hatred in their eyes. Tyrant and the demon ape stood side by side. Behind them were Wang Qiong and the others. As for Zhang Haotian, he had already hidden himself. He would never fight head-on. You're just a bunch of barbarians. How dare you kill our people? Don't even think about leaving today, said Longxing coldly. He had already known Ziqin's name and identity from the overlords of Chaos City. The killing intent in the surroundings burned even more fiercely. The strong cultivators closed in while the others surrounded them. A battle could break out at any time. The others and beasts all avoided it, hiding in the distance to watch. You're not going to attack? Barbarian Bull looked at Ziqin suspiciously. Ziqin's face became extremely gloomy. Everyone had appeared and was aggressive. He naturally had to attack. But at this moment, a cold gaze landed on him. It was the Burning Man in the distance. As if he had guessed his identity, the Burning Man looked directly at him his expression changing. The Burning Man was very strong. Even if Zichen had obtained the inheritance of the Lightning Clan, he couldn't guarantee that he could kill him. At this moment, the Burning Man would definitely attack. Zichen hesitated. Should he expose his identity now? On the other side, facing the aggressive group of strong cultivators, the bad-tempered demon ape couldn't bear it anymore. He clenched his pitch-black staff and raised it high, then quickly swung it down. Boom! Amidst the surging energy, a battle broke out in an instant. The devil ape held the black rod tightly in its right hand, while rays of light lingered around its left hand. It waved its palm at a powerhouse. In the next moment, the sky-level cultivators felt as if there was a layer of restraints on their bodies. Whether it was their speed or battle prowess, they were greatly weakened. This feeling of being restrained only lasted for an instant. But in a battle between strong cultivators, this instant was the key. This instant was enough for the devil ape to unleash its strongest attack. Bang! A thunderous boom rang out as the expert was sent flying by the demonic ape. However, at the critical moment, the expert raised a defensive light barrier. He only coughed up blood and was not killed. Boom! At the same time, Tyrant also launched an attack. The demon's subduing staff emitted golden light and smashed forward, directly knocking a sky warrior back. Swoosh! Zhang Haoqian, who was hidden in the void, unleashed a sure-kill attack. A frenzied killing intent swept out, causing an expert's expression to change drastically. He hastily dodged, but just as the killing intent rose, Zhang Haoqian's attack landed. His shoulder armor was pierced by the stone sword, and fresh blood flowed out of the wound. 3 people, 3 attacks, and 3 experts were knocked back. It could be seen that the inheritance this time had greatly increased their battle prowess. They were already able to suppress sky-level cultivators. Kill! The battle started because of the 3 people's attacks. Battle cries rang out instantly. The other experts all held their elixir weapons, preparing to kill Wang Qiong and the others. The other experts also launched their attacks, among which Long Xing was the strongest. Seeing this scene, Zichen's pupils constricted. A sharp killing intent appeared around him. He no longer stood by and was ready to rush over and kill. Zichen's aura changed, causing the Flame Man's expression to change. A cruel grin appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he was about to attack. Suddenly, a terrifying aura appeared from the depths. With the might of a king, it swept towards the battle. That's enough. You humans better know your place. Otherwise, I'll kill you all. The pressure of a king made everyone's expression change. Then a thunderous roar rang out. This voice came from a king-level ancient beast in the depths. No one dared to disobey a king-level ancient beast's warning. Even though the experts were unwilling and their expressions changed, they still retracted their killing intent in the next moment. The devil ape sneered. The black rod in his hand surged, and he waved it as a show of force. If it was a one-on-one fight, he was confident that he could kill a sky-level cultivator. There's a king-level ancient beast in the depths. Zichen was surprised. Then he remembered that this was the place where the mutation happened. Everyone came here because of the appearance of the blood essence of ancient beasts. Looking at this place, there was nothing special about it. However, many humans and ancient beasts stopped here. Could it be that the mutation happened in the depths? Zichen frowned. In the next moment, he extended his spiritual senses towards the depths. At the same time, the other experts in the skies also extended their spiritual senses. In an instant, many spiritual senses extended towards the depths. So many king-level ancient beasts. As his spiritual senses probed, Zichen's expression changed instantly. Previously, it was only a king-level ancient beast that spoke. Zichen thought that there was only one king-level ancient beast in the distance. However, with his spiritual senses, Zichen saw no less than 10 of them. Among them was the old demonic leopard. All of them retracted their king-level aura and spread out to form a circle. In the center of the circle, there was a pitch-black crack. The crack was only as tall as a person. It was still unstable. From time to time, the power of the void would spurt out. It was like the entrance to another world. This crack has grown bigger. It was only 1 meter wide before. As expected, as the crack grows bigger, the power of the void will slowly dissipate. In the end, it will form a tunnel. Could this really be the place where the pure-blooded ancient beasts are? There were all sorts of exclamations and discussions from the crowd. Many spiritual senses swept over, but the king-level ancient beasts did not care at all. They just stood there quietly. After all, they were guarding the only tunnel. Once the crack stabilized, only they would be able to enter immediately. Boom! Suddenly, the power of the void spurted out from the pitch-black crack. The space was distorted as the power of the void spread toward one of the king-level ancient beasts. Swoosh! The king-level ancient beast's expression did not change. Its body turned into a bolt of cold lightning. When the power of the void rushed over, it disappeared from the spot. Within a radius of a few hundred meters where it was standing, everything was destroyed by the power of the void and turned into nothingness. This included the spiritual senses of some of the zephyrs that were nearby. The zephyrs whose spiritual senses were destroyed were screaming in pain. Such a change caused the zephyrs' expressions to change. However, the king-level ancient beasts were indifferent. Even the king-level ancient beasts that had escaped earlier did not say a word. They returned to their original spots and waited quietly. Under the investigation of their spiritual senses, everyone discovered that the previous pitch-black crack had become a little bigger because of this riot. Clearly, as the power of the void continued to riot, the crack would become bigger and more stable one day. Time passed as they waited. With the king-level ancient beasts warning, the experts naturally did not dare to fight casually. They restrained themselves. However, the grudges between the two parties could not be settled so easily. Hence, if they could not fight, they would use words. This was especially so for the zephyrs of the demon race. They had suffered a great loss in the past half a year. They were filled with resentment and were constantly mocking Wang Qiong and the others. As time passed, the mockery became more and more severe. In the end, it turned into curses. A bunch of trash barbarians. Their combat strength is the weakest in the entire southern region. They are all called barbarian dogs. That's right, barbarian dogs. It's a very appropriate name. What the F*CK is this. He's neither a human nor a demon, yet he dares to criticize others. This world is full of F*King strange things. He has a human head, but a pig's brain and a F*King tail. He's neither fish nor fowl. There were more than 10 such arguments every day. The other factions had sent out quite a number of eloquent cultivators to mock and curse Wang Qiong. But only Wang Shan was willing to accept the challenge from Wang Qiong's side. Although there was only one person, Wang Shan's curses were much better than Zichen's. He fought against more than 10 people and did not lose a single one. It was a complete victory. The experts were so angry that they wanted to vomit blood. However, they could not do anything about it. If you have the ability, come with me to a faraway place to fight. When he was really angry, the other party would challenge him to a battle. Idiot. If we were to fight one-on-one, I could defeat all of you. Wang Shan curled his lips. His eyes were filled with disdain. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. Everyone was used to the arguments between the two sides. If they did not hear it for a day, they would feel that something was missing. Sometimes Wang Shan, who was enjoying himself, would stand up proudly like a victorious general. He looked at the experts in the sky and then pointed at a Tian-level expert with disdain. He said, "Mother *Ker, a Tian-level expert, right? Are you that strong? If you have the ability, come and fight with the demonic ape. Let's fight to the death. I guarantee that I will beat you to death with my stick." The demonic ape was very cooperative with Wang Shan's words. It stood up and pointed its black stick at the Tian-level expert provocatively. The latter was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. However, no one dared to go against the king beast's warning. Moreover, as time passed, the crack became bigger and bigger. The ferocious aura that emerged from it became stronger and stronger. 10 days later, the entire crack stopped erupting void energy and stabilized. The group of king beasts stayed there and waited for another 2 days. Boom! On the third day, a surge of ferocious might erupted from the crack. Within this ferocious might, there was an existence comparable to the might of the heavens. Feeling the heavenly aura, the eyes of all the king beasts lit up. It was the aura that could only be released by a pure-blooded ancient beast. When the passage was formed, there was a huge tremor. The sound was not any weaker than when the rules appeared. It immediately woke up the ancient beasts who were in a deep sleep. It's the aura of a pure-blooded ancient beast. There really is a pure-blooded ancient beast. Could it be that the passage that left is with a pure-blooded ancient beast? Chapter 563. A tremor that was not weaker than the appearance of the rules startled the ancient beasts. Feeling the pressure of the pure-blooded ancient beasts, they had all sorts of guesses about what was going on behind the crack. Perhaps the only way out was behind the crack. They could no longer remain calm and appeared one after another. The pressure of a pure-blooded ancient beast. Beside the black pool, the elder also appeared immediately after feeling the tremor. His deep gaze pierced through the void and stared at the crack in the void for a long time without saying a word. "Sai, let's go take a look. I feel like something is going to happen." After a long while, he let out a low sigh and disappeared from the spot. The next moment, the entire black pool began to tremble violently, splashing black water droplets. Feeling the ferocity of the pure-blooded ancient beasts, the ancient beast kings were very excited. Without any hesitation, they rushed into the crack as soon as it formed. In a flash of light, in less than a breath's time, a dozen ancient beast kings disappeared into the crack. As soon as the king-level beasts disappeared, the void started to tremble. Then, one after another, huge beasts appeared. They were also king-level beasts. After appearing from the void, they rushed towards the passage. In just a few breaths, more than 20 ancient beast kings had entered the crack. The crack has opened. The ancient beast kings have gone in. Let's go in too. There's the pressure of a pure-blooded ancient beast. There might really be a pure-blooded ancient beast inside. Let's go in quickly. The humans in the sky who were constantly sensing the crack exclaimed. After the ancient beast kings disappeared, they formed groups and rushed into the crack. "Barbarians, you'd better not go in. Otherwise, I'll make you wish you were dead." A few celestial realm warriors and other strong cultivators were about to enter, but before that, a strong cultivator threatened them. "That's right. If you dare to go in, I'll make sure you won't be able to return," Long Xing said coldly. "You'd better not go in. Otherwise, you'll die a horrible death." Wu Da, the sky martial artist, also threatened with a cold expression. As soon as the threat ended, they prepared to go in deeper. Suddenly, a cold voice came from behind them. "Since we'll die a horrible death if we go in, why don't we not go in? Let's fight here." Boom! At the same time, a surge of energy surged out, followed by 2 miserable shrieks. The 2 zephyrs were killed in a single strike, losing their vitality and falling to the ground. As for the rest of the zephyrs who were preparing to leave, they were stopped in mid-air by a stranger. With a raise of his hand, 2 zephyrs were killed. Their expressions changed, and they did not dare to recklessly move forward. "Who are you? You dare to attack our people? How dare you?" Looking at this stranger, Wu Da asked coldly. Zi Chen stood in the air and instantly restored his appearance. A cold light flashed in his eyes. "It's you, Zi Chen. You." Seeing Zi Chen appear, the expressions of all the experts changed. As for Wang Qiong and the others, they had a faint smile on their faces. Obviously, they already knew Zi Chen's identity. "Since you want to kill us so much, we don't want to let you live either. Since there's such a huge grudge between us, let's settle all our grudges today," Zi Chen said coldly. "What? The others were stunned. Settle all their grudges here and now? What a joke! They were going to find pure-blooded ancient beasts in the crack. Zichen's appearance caused a small commotion, but compared to the crack, the latter was obviously more important. Therefore, even though they knew that there was going to be a big battle, no ancient beasts or humans were willing to stay and watch. Except for the Zephyrs from the opposing forces, everyone else and beasts rushed into the crack at the first moment. Seeing so many ancient beasts and humans rushing into the crack, the Zephyrs were anxious. But Zichen and the others had already stopped them and assumed battle stances. It was almost impossible for them to rush in. Very well, we will settle all our grudges today. Longxing's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Then he leaped into the air and led a group of monsters toward Zichen. Kill! Zichen glanced at his opponent with murderous intent in his eyes. As soon as he finished speaking, the devil ape rushed toward his opponent. The black rod in its hand began to dance, and a terrifying aura swept through the sky. Longxing was strong, but the devil ape who had received the inheritance was not weak either. It was strong enough to fight against him. The two of them fought fiercely in the air. Terrifying explosions rang out continuously. Besides the devil ape, Wang Qiong and the others also rushed toward the other Zephyrs. After half a year of being hunted, they had suppressed the anger in their hearts. Now all of it poured out. Shrill screams rang out in the next moment. As soon as the battle began, there were already casualties on the side of the Zephyrs. Wang Qiong and the others were all monsters. There was also Zhang Haoyan, who would occasionally provide support. This fierce battle had slowly turned into a massacre. Why are they fighting just like that? Seeing the Zephyrs fighting with the other side, Wood was speechless. His expression changed and he hesitated. He was in a dilemma. If you don't act now, when are you going to wait? Longxing, who was fighting the devil ape, shouted when he saw that the others did not act. Should we fight or leave? The sky-level warrior next to him looked at Wood. The other 4 existences comparable to the sky-level warriors also looked at Wood. Obviously, they could not make a decision. Looking at the one-sided battle and Longxing, who was suppressed by the devil ape, Wood pondered for a moment and said coldly, "Let's go. Quickly enter the crack passage. As for this idiot, we don't need to care about him." After saying that, Wood rushed toward the crack passage. The other experts followed one after another. Then they followed behind. They did not know each other before and were not familiar with each other. They only came together because of Zichen. Now that Longxing was fighting with the barbarians for his own selfish reasons, they naturally would not give up the crack passage for Longxing. Damn it, they all left. Longxing, who was fighting the devil ape, cursed when he saw that everyone had abandoned him and entered the crack passage. He was extremely angry. Then he shouted, "Quickly retreat. Enter the crack passage." Obviously, Longxing was not a fool. He knew that Zichen and the others were very powerful. It was impossible to kill them with just these people. Moreover, they might even die here. However, how could Zichen and Tyrant let him go so easily? They immediately attacked, followed by a series of energy explosions. Almost 4 existences comparable to the sky-level warriors joined hands. The battle was naturally one-sided. When Longxing escaped to the crack passage, he had already suffered an unimaginable injury. He immediately swallowed a treasure pill and rushed into the crack passage. The monster race warriors he had brought with him were all killed outside. Kill! Zichen and the others quickly chased after them and rushed into the crack passage. Longxing had sent people to chase after Wang Qiong and the others for half a year. Although they did not suffer a big loss, they attacked his friends because of their own grievances. It could be said that they had touched Zichen's bottom line and completely infuriated him. Longxing had become a target that he had to kill. Behind the crack passage was an independent space, like a small world. As soon as Zichen and the others entered, they felt the pressure of the ancient beast in the air. This pressure gave them a very uncomfortable feeling. Look, he's over there. As soon as they arrived, Wang Shan saw Longxing, who was escaping quickly. Die. Zichen's cold eyes swept over Longxing. With a thought, a resplendent silver light flashed on his back, and the heavenly lightning wings appeared. The wings on his back shook, and a resplendent silver light flashed around him. He rushed toward Longxing as if he had teleported. In the next instant, Zichen was already in front of him. Under the other party's shocked gaze, Zichen punched. Golden light flashed, and this domineering punch landed on the other party's body, causing an explosion. Surging energy surged. Longxing blocked this attack and was not injured. However, his body slowed down, and he was forced back dozens of steps by Zichen. You! Longxing's face was filled with shock, but in the next instant, that shock turned into madness and despair. Tyrant and the devil ape had already caught up. The three of them surrounded Longxing, afraid that Longxing would counterattack before he died. Zichen did not let Wang Qiong and the others come over. I said it's time for everything to end. Zichen's voice was cold. Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. Longxing's expression was sinister and crazy. Other than them, there was no one else around. Clearly, there was no one else to help him. The Heaven Realm experts had already charged into the depths, so he had to put his life on the line. Because of a single mistake, he had caused the deaths of all the monstrous races. Now, he would also have to pay a heavy price for that mistake. Longxing's strength was very strong, and the desperate Longxing had become even crazier. Even with the four of them working together, he had persisted for a long time. Among them, Longxing had even broken out of the encirclement several times, but Zichen had caught up with him using his extreme speed and sent him back. In the end, Longxing was no match for the four of them. Many wounds appeared on his body, and the most fatal part was his chest. After receiving Zhang Haotian's sure-kill attack, his eyes widened as he collapsed in a pool of blood. At this point, all the dragon men from the wasteland had died at Zichen's hands. Furthermore, 90% of the monstrous races they had brought with them had died. The monstrous races from the wasteland had all been wiped out. Looking at Longxing's corpse, no one had any pity. Everyone's expression was cold. Monk even went forward to loot the corpse. There was a spirit ring and a space pendant. Within the space pendant, there were many corpses of ancient beasts. After killing Longxing, the group continued on their journey. This time, the group carried out a carpet-style search and slaughter. Wherever they passed, they killed all the ancient beasts they saw. With so many people going through the baptism to increase their strength, the more ancient beasts they killed, the better. Moreover, this was a training ground. There was no such thing as mercy. During this period, the spirit-devouring rats had also led the group to discover many ancient herbs. As they went deeper, the traces of battle became more obvious. The aura of the ancient beasts in the air also became stronger. Boom! In the sky, there was an explosion of energy, and a terrifying aura of a king spread out. This is a king-level ancient beast fighting. Could it have discovered something? After sensing the aura of a king-level ancient beast, Zichen and the rest were surprised. After looking at each other, they followed the sound of the explosion and flew forward. Chapter 564. The energy between heaven and earth continued to surge, and the might of the kings was fully displayed. When Zichen and the rest saw the two kings fighting fiercely from afar, one of them was a single-horned hound, and the other was a lightning snake. The single-horned hound was as big as a mountain, with brown fur all over its body. Its sharp claws could crack rocks and penetrate gold, and the horn on its head was exceptionally sharp. It had incredible power. Every attack it made could shatter a mountain and destroy a large ancient forest. The lightning snake was hundreds of meters long, and its body was as thick as a water tank. Its body was covered in fine silver scales, and when it moved in the air, it was like a silver lightning raging between heaven and earth, releasing streaks of silver lightning. Boom! The two clashed, and the energy kept surging. Mountains were shattered, and trees were turned into dust. The powerful force created a shockwave that spread in all directions. What a terrifying energy fluctuation! Everyone stopped a few miles away and watched from afar, not daring to rush forward. As kings of the ancient beasts, their strength was terrifying. Among the human cultivators, no one was a match for them, including the Burning Man. I found the ancient medicine. Lightning snake, get out of my way. With a furious roar, the horn on the unicorn hound's forehead suddenly lit up, and an aura that made people's hearts palpitate appeared. Following this, a thick beam of light shot out from the unicorn hound, bringing with it a terrifying aura as it shot towards the lightning snake. Humph! I found it, you despicable, single-horned hound. The lightning snake let out a cold voice, and the silver scales on its body shone, forming a protective shield. At the same time, the snake's tail was like a divine whip, turning into silver lightning, and hit the single-horned hound. Boom! There was a huge tremor between heaven and earth. The unicorn hound was sent flying, and a long bloody wound appeared on its body. However, the thick beam of light that had shot out also left a deep, bloody hole on the lightning snake's body. Silver blood continued to fall from the sky. The two kings of the ancient beasts were obviously fighting fiercely. In the battlefield, terrifying energy surged, and it was like a scene of destruction, fighting for an ancient medicine. When Zichen and the others heard this, they were puzzled. It was only an ancient medicine. Even the descendants of pure-blooded ancient beasts would not make such a big fuss over it. However, two king ancient beasts did not care about their status and started a fight. The aura of an ancient medicine that's over 10,000 years old. Amidst the surging energy, the spirit-devouring rat's nose twitched and its expression instantly changed. A 10,000-year-old ancient medicine. The expressions of Zichen and the others changed. That's right, this is definitely the aura of an ancient medicine that is over 10,000 years old. Moreover, this spiritual energy is extremely dense, comparable to that of an ancient medicine king. No wonder the two kings are fighting. Not only was the spirit-devouring rat's nose sensitive, its eyesight was also extremely shocking. Its little paw pointed forward and said, "Look, the ancient medicine is right there." Everyone looked toward the source of the sound and saw a dazzling ancient medicine growing in the middle of the endless destructive energy. The shockwaves from the battle between the two king tiers were shocking, but both of them deliberately suppressed the energy and protected the area below them. To be able to make two king ancient beasts fight, one could see that the value of this ancient medicine was extraordinary. Even to king ancient beasts, it was extraordinary. An ancient medicine comparable to an ancient medicine king must have existed for countless years. This thing's value is even higher than ordinary spiritual items. The spirit-devouring rat exclaimed, and its eyes began to shine. Last time, it had devoured a spiritual item and underwent a transformation. Now that the ancient medicine king was right in front of it, it was equivalent to a transformation in front of it, higher than a spiritual item's value. This was a very appropriate comparison, and it instantly made Zichen and the tyrant understand the value of the ancient medicine king. The tyrant looked at the spirit-devouring rat and egged it on. "Then what are you waiting for? Quickly go and take the ancient medicine king away." When the spirit-devouring rat heard this, its excited little face instantly fell. It said unhappily, "Do you want me to die?" That's a battle between two king-level ancient beasts. If I burrow into the ground, even if I don't die from the shock waves, I'll be obliterated by them the moment I pluck the ancient medicine king. A trace of disdain appeared in the tyrant's eyes. He curled his lips and said, "What unique spirit-devouring rat! You can't even get an ancient medicine king. What a waste." The spirit-devouring rat was furious, but it knew that it had some ability. It was unmoved by the tyrant's provocation. Instead, it mocked, "Aren't you very strong? You can even destroy the laws. Then go and get the ancient medicine." The tyrant was stunned, and then he flew into a rage. He sent the spirit-devouring rat flying with a slap and shouted, "You wastrel! How dare you speak to me like that?" This was an ancient medicine that was not weaker than a spiritual item, and it was obviously easier to seal. Once they obtained it, it would be equivalent to obtaining 2 times the number of ancient beasts. At this moment, it would be a lie to say that they were not tempted. However, who would dare to make a move in front of 2 king ancient beasts? This was like pulling a tooth from a tiger's mouth. If they were not careful, they might be swallowed by the tiger. The tyrant and the spirit-devouring rat were still chattering. Zi-Chen's gaze was fixed on the ancient medicine in front of him, and his expression kept changing. Seeing Zi-Chen's expression, Wang Xian asked worriedly, "You can't really want to go, right? It's very dangerous." Zi-Chen looked at Wang Xian, and then at the rest and said in a deep voice, "I want to give it a try. You guys take a detour and go deeper into the forest." "No, these are 2 king ancient beasts. You will die." Wang Xian rejected Zi-Chen's suggestion directly, and her face was filled with worry. "It's okay, I have my extreme speed." "You have extreme speed, but you don't have the defensive power to match it. Once you are grazed by the energy, you will be severely injured. At that time, it's too dangerous." Wang Xian said loudly, "We have already obtained enough this time. There's no need to risk our lives for an ancient medicine. Moreover, we will offend 2 king ancient beasts because of it." Wang Xian's words made sense. It was not worth it to do so. At this moment, everyone was also against Zi-Chen risking his life. "Let's go. Since there is an ancient medicine king here, there must be a second one. With the spirit-devouring rat, our harvest will definitely not be any weaker than the king ancient beasts," Monk said solemnly. "That's right. I have the confidence to bring you guys to the other ancient medicine king. You have to know that I am the one and only spirit-devouring rat." The spirit-devouring rat said wittily, "There's no need to say any more. I know what I'm doing. You guys go deeper now, and I will catch up soon." Zi-Chen was still insistent. Everyone was helpless. Even Wang Xian could not persuade him, let alone them. "Everyone, let's go." "I believe in Zi-Chen," Zhang Haotian, who had always been cold, suddenly said. Helpless, the rest could only nod and signal Zi-Chen to be careful. Then they turned and left. After the spirit-devouring rat explained the value of spiritual items and the effects of the ancient medicine king, everyone's mood became very heavy. Obviously, Zi-Chan was determined to snatch this ancient medicine king so that everyone could undergo the baptism. Everyone retreated and took a detour into the depths. Zi-Chen took a deep breath and stared straight ahead. This place only opened once every 1,000 years, and it was also the only chance in his life to reach this place. Naturally, he could not miss it. Moreover, he also needed this ancient medicine king so that everyone could undergo the baptism, and the more baptisms, the better. Huff! As he breathed out his last breath, Zi-Chen's figure disappeared into the void. In the next moment, he who was hidden in the void sped towards the ancient medicine king's location. Lightning appeared under his feet, displaying his extreme speed. When he reached the area where the king ancient beast's energy was fluctuating, the heavenly thunder wings appeared on his back. As the silver wings flapped, Zi-Chen's speed increased again. He had already appeared from the void and was in the midst of the king ancient beast's destructive energy. He was like a lone boat in a stormy sea that could be torn apart by the strong winds and huge waves at any time. Relying on his extreme speed, Zi-Chen's figure kept changing as he tried to pass through the weak points of the turbulent energy. From there, he smoothly approached the ancient medicine king. Zi-Chen's appearance naturally attracted the attention of the 2 king ancient beasts. However, they did not pay much attention to him. After all, they were very clear about the strength of the human preliminary cultivators. Puff! Within the energy storm, Zi-Chen had already advanced 100 meters. As the energy became more turbulent, he was carelessly brushed by the energy and immediately coughed up blood. The moment the faint, golden blood appeared, it was turned into nothingness by the raging energy. At the same time, Zichen's sleeve was also crushed by the destructive energy. Passing through the violent energy was like crossing a wooden bridge. Once one lost one's footing, one would fall into a bottomless abyss and be consigned to eternal damnation. Everything happened very quickly. On the silver wings, the light kept flashing. Zichen turned into a ray of silver light and passed through the weak points of the energy. After coughing up a few mouthfuls of fresh blood, he rushed out of the turbulent energy and arrived at the place where the ancient Medicine King was. The ancient Medicine King was 1 foot tall. It emitted a bright light and a rich spiritual energy. It was gorgeous and eye-catching. As he inhaled a mouthful of spiritual energy into his stomach, Zichen instantly felt that the injuries on his body had weakened. Then his eyes lit up. Clearly, this stock of ancient Medicine King was comparable to a treasure pill even without being refined. Hence, without another word, he flapped his wings and appeared in front of the ancient Medicine King in a flash. He stretched out his hand to grab the ancient Medicine King. A cry of surprise rang out in the sky. The 2 king ancient beasts who were fighting fiercely felt that Zichen had rushed out of the turbulent energy alive. Therefore, they lowered their heads and looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with surprise. With a glance, they saw the heavenly thunder wings on Zichen's back. Immediately, their expressions changed. It's him, the human who destroyed the rules. The battle that day was sensational. There was almost no ancient beast who did not know about Zichen and the other 3. Moreover, the heavenly thunderwings on Zichen's back were so special. Even though they had shrunk to 2 meters in size, they could still recognize them at a glance. However, after the shock, they were furious. This was because they saw Zichen standing beside the ancient Medicine King. Moreover, he had taken the ancient medicine and soil into the purple gold gourd. Damn it! Stop it! The energy in the sky suddenly became violent. The horn on the horned hound's forehead shot out a thick beam of light. It carried a destructive aura as it rushed towards Zichen. At the same time, the lightning snake's body emitted a bright silver light. In an instant, it shot out hundreds of silver lightning bolts. Its target was Zichen. P.S. I really couldn't do it yesterday. If I had described the scene of Dragon Star's death in greater detail and added in the various moves, I would have been able to make it into a chapter. But that would be too lame. So, even if I didn't update a chapter, I still wanted to make it less lame. That way, I would be able to answer to my readers, even if there weren't many of them. Chapter 565. After keeping the ancient medicine, the wings on Zichen's back flapped once again. With a speed comparable to teleportation, he disappeared from his original spot. Boom! A thick and terrifying beam of light descended from the sky, instantly drowning the place where the ancient Medicine King had been. As the energy surged, a 100-meter deep hole was blasted open in the ground. Boundless energy swept through the deep hole, spreading in all directions. The lightning snake's attack also covered a 100-meter wide area. It was an indiscriminate attack. This area was instantly covered by the destructive energy. Not to mention the human trial takers. Even the king-level ancient beasts would be injured by the terrifying energy if they rashly entered this area. As expected, faint golden blood splattered everywhere. The human who had snatched the ancient Medicine King was injured. However, it was only an injury. In the next moment, the latter flapped his wings and turned into a ray of silver light, escaping into the distance. During this time, the energy of heaven and earth was still surging wildly. As a result, Zichen was once again shaken to the point of coughing up blood. However, that was all. With the heavenly thunder wings, his speed had reached a true limit. Even the king-level ancient beasts could only look up to this extreme speed. The king-level ancient beasts that did not attack immediately were only slightly stunned. They saw that the human had already rushed out of the turbulent energy range. After reaching the edge of the turbulent energy range, the human's speed had more than doubled. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared from their sight. Immediately after, he disappeared from their spiritual senses. Seeing the human coughing up blood while increasing his speed, the two king-level ancient beasts were completely dumbfounded. Then they looked at each other. In the end, they let out an earth-shaking roar and chased after him. However, it was a pity that at the end of their vision and spiritual senses, there was nothing. The human had already disappeared. Wang Qiong and the rest did not go very far. When they heard the king-level ancient beasts' roars, their faces were filled with worry. Fortunately, Ziqin caught up with them not long after. How was it? When the worried crowd saw Ziqin return, they could not help but ask. It was easy. A smile appeared on Ziqin's face. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he coughed up blood again. His face turned pale and he almost collapsed. Everyone was shocked and quickly supported Ziqin. I'm fine. It's just an energy shock. I'll recover soon, Ziqin said nonchalantly. Now that we have the ancient medicine king, we can't stay here any longer. We have to leave quickly. Otherwise, it will be too late when the two ancient beast kings catch up, Ziqin said. Everyone asked again and got a positive answer. After confirming that Ziqin's injuries were not serious, they sped up their journey. Just as Ziqin had said, the two ancient beast kings had caught up to them as soon as they escaped. While Ziqin was running at top speed, he was slowly recovering from his injuries. After running for an hour, his injuries were completely healed. Such astonishing recovery ability also made the crowd click their tongues in amazement. They couldn't help but marvel at the strength of Ziqin's physique. Because they were worried that the king-level ancient beasts would chase after them. Under the guidance of the spirit-devouring rats, the group deliberately took a detour before slowly entering the depths. Just for an ancient medicine king, they didn't believe that the two ancient beast kings would chase after them all over the world and give up such a good opportunity to explore the depths. Ziqin's guess was correct. The two ancient beast kings went straight for the depths. During this time, they didn't find any traces of Ziqin, so they didn't turn back to search for him. Instead, they went straight for the depths. They were naturally unwilling to let an ancient medicine king be snatched away. However, entering the depths was more important. As for Ziqin, he was already on their minds. Once he appeared, they would definitely kill him. There were almost no traces of humans or beasts in the outer regions. The moment they appeared, they went straight for the depths. This was a region that no humans or beasts had set foot in for a long time. Naturally, there were many extraordinary things here. Many humans and beasts gathered here, directly causing chaos in the depths. As they went deeper and deeper, both humans and beasts reaped bountiful rewards. Just the ancient medicine king alone had already reached the age of 10,000 years old. Among them, there were some ancient medicines that were close to 10,000 years old. Humans killed humans, humans killed beasts, beasts killed beasts. Battles, blood, and slaughter caused this place to become incomparably chaotic. It had become a true Azura hell. Multicolored blood constantly splattered. Beasts roared, howled, and screeched. Intense battles weren't just between the ancient beasts. Even the ancient beast kings were fighting. Just as Ziqin and the others, who had purposely taken a long detour, were still rejoicing over the ancient medicines they found, the humans in the depths had already begun to fight for the ancient medicine king. What dense spiritual qi? What is that? Under the lead of the spirit-devouring rats, everyone took a detour and began to go deeper. This was a region that neither humans nor ancient beasts had set foot in. They discovered a dried-up pool. The pool was originally several hundred meters wide, but now it was completely dried up. Only the center of the pool still had a small pool of water the size of a wash basin that emitted a jade-green light. The sharp spirit-devouring rats had already sensed a dense spiritual qi from the jade-green light. They immediately charged forward. The small pool of liquid emitted a dense spiritual chi and rippled with jade-green light. When everyone saw it, their eyes lit up. Then, they sped up with the spirit-devouring rats. When they got closer and saw the liquid, everyone was dumbfounded. Heavens, what is this? Is this liquefied elemental essence? Looking at the basin-sized pool, Tyrant's eyes widened. He couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. As for the others, they were also dumbfounded. Their faces were filled with disbelief. The small pool of liquid in the pool was actually all liquefied elemental essence. Moreover, the quality was very high. One had to know that liquefied elemental essence was sold in drops, but there was a small pool of it in front of them. If this small puddle was divided into drops, then there should be about 1,000 drops. 1,000 drops of high-quality, liquefied elemental essence. What kind of situation was this? Everyone was dumbfounded. Their breathing became hurried. 1,000 drops of high-quality, liquefied elemental essence represented endless wealth. We're rich. We're rich. Tyrant cried out excitedly. The others' expressions weren't much better than Tyrant's. Over 1,000 drops of liquefied elemental essence. Zichen also sucked in a breath of cold air. His eyes flashed. Even he was shocked by this small pool of liquefied elemental essence. Take it, take it. The excited Tyrant was the first to pounce on the liquefied elemental essence. His eyes shone with greed. Bang. Zichen acted at the right time. He kicked away the Tyrant who was pouncing on the liquefied elemental essence and said in a low voice, "Fair distribution." When the spirit-devouring rats saw this, they covered their mouths and hid off to the side, secretly laughing. The dissatisfied Tyrant, on the other hand, was grinning again after Zichen gave him over 100 drops of liquefied elemental essence. The liquefied elemental essence was divided among the group. Everyone received over 100 drops. As for the devilish ape and the spirit-devouring rats, they were put away by Zichen for safekeeping. After taking away the liquefied elemental essence, everyone began to pay attention to the pool. Soon, an unrealistic idea appeared in their minds. Could it be that there was a pool of liquefied elemental essence here many years ago? In the Bedlam lands, liquefied elemental essence was auctioned off by the drop. The previous small pool of liquefied elemental essence had already shocked them greatly. Now, the huge pool in front of them was very likely filled with liquefied elemental essence. This made them even more incredulous. But when the spirit-devouring rats sensed the spiritual energy in the cracked earth, everyone had no choice but to believe that there had been a pool of liquefied elemental essence here. What is this place? There's actually such a large pool of liquefied elemental essence here. Obviously, no one would answer this question, nor would anyone give an answer. Thus, after collecting the liquefied elemental essence, they continued to explore deeper. This time, they were surprisingly successful. They found several ancient medicines. Ancient Medicine King. Heavens, it really is an ancient medicine king. The excited voice of the spirit-devouring rats rang out again. There was an ancient medicine king in front of them. It was even older than the previous ones, and there were no king beasts to fight for it. When Zichen collected the ancient medicine king by the roots, he still felt like he was dreaming. He didn't dare to believe it. It seemed that everything had gone too smoothly. Moreover, just this day's harvest was enough for them to have a better life in the Bedlam lands in the future. They all sighed. The ancient battlefield was indeed a treasure trove. When they reached the depths, the spirit-devouring rats found a second ancient medicine king that no ancient beasts fought over. Everything was so illusory and unbelievable, but this was indeed the truth. They had obtained a total of 3 ancient medicine kings. When they reached the depths, they heard a series of energy explosions. These were the sounds of people fighting. Moreover, the sounds of battle were very chaotic. All kinds of sounds rose and fell continuously. Clearly, this was a chaotic battle. What's going on? Zichen and the others didn't know what was going on. They continued to go deeper. Then, they saw a sky full of turbulent energy. All kinds of attacks filled heaven and earth. The humans formed groups and launched powerful attacks at the ancient beasts. As blood splattered, an ancient beast crashed to the ground, dead. At the same time, there were also ancient beasts that formed an alliance and began to attack the human camp. For a time, the humans screamed miserably as corpses fell one after another. In addition, there were also battles between humans and beasts. This was simply a crazy and chaotic battle. Apart from a few factions, everyone else and beasts became enemies and targets to be killed. That's an ancient medicine king. They're fighting over it. Amidst a cry of alarm, the group found out the reason for the crazy, chaotic battle. It was caused by ancient medicine kings. Moreover, based on visual inspection, there were at least 5 or 6 ancient medicine kings on the battlefield. So many ancient medicine kings were enough to attract the attention of many king beasts. It was also enough to cause a battle between king beasts. However, the group quickly discovered that there was not a single king beast participating in the battle. Not a single king beast is here. Could it be that they all went into the depths? There's something more precious than an ancient medicine king there. Zichen frowned slightly. Chapter 566. The monk and the demon ape took the lead, with Wang Qiong, Wang Shan, and the rest as support. They charged directly into the chaotic battlefield. They were like a sharp blade, directly slicing apart the chaotic battlefield, crushing everything in their path. With a single charge, they arrived in front of an ancient medicine king. Collect! Just as the monk shouted, a figure walked out of the void. It was Zhang Haoyin. He instantly collected an ancient herb king. Simple, direct, and violent. When the ancient herb king was in his hands, the sound of corpses falling to the ground could be heard. Other than humans, there were also ancient beasts. The human corpses were put aside, while the ancient beasts' corpses were quickly collected by LV Peng. The intense, chaotic battle had a short pause because of these people's forceful intervention. These people's combat power was abnormally strong. As soon as they arrived, they actually snatched an ancient herb king. After the ancient herb king was collected by Zhang Haotian, the battle that had just stopped erupted again. Everyone's eyes were red from the killing, and they fell into a frenzy. At this moment, no one cared if you were a powerful existence that could kill the rules, and no one cared if your combat power was comparable to that of a sky martial artist. At this moment, everyone only cared about the ancient herb king. In the eyes of many humans, there was only the ancient herb king. Other than that, there was nothing else. Therefore, after a short pause due to the shock of the battle, an even more chaotic and intense battle broke out. Kill! Target the second ancient herb king. The monk held the demon, subduing pestle, and his body flashed with endless golden light. He pointed at the second ancient herb king. He, who was supposed to be benevolent and dignified, now looked ferocious and greedy. Boom! Waves of energy surged. With the second ancient herb king as their target, the monk and the demon ape rushed forward again. An intense and chaotic battle broke out. The monk and the rest rushed toward the second ancient herb king. Everywhere they passed, a large number of corpses fell, forming a vacuum. Zichen did not join the battle. He only scanned the battlefield and found no traces of the ancient beast king. Even the burning man did not appear. Did they all enter the depths? Zichen frowned and gazed into the depths of the cave, but there was nothing there, and there was no energy fluctuation. Boom! Amidst a loud noise, a human was sent flying by an ancient beast. His body flew backward for more than 10 miles, and he had already lost his vitality. Suddenly, Zichen's pupils shrank. He saw his opponent's figure touch a ripple as he was flying backwards. Then, his figure disappeared into the ripple. There's another space there. The ancient beast king and the flaming man are inside. Zichen's expression fluctuated. He was almost certain that the true experts had all entered. Following that, the lightning wings around his body flashed as he transformed into a bolt of lightning and charged into the depths of the battlefield. "You guys stay outside. Don't go in." After leaving behind a voice transmission, Zi-Chen's figure disappeared into the ripples. As soon as he arrived at the other side of the ripple, he felt a strong, ferocious aura. This was the terrifying aura that only pure-blooded ancient beasts could possess. Following that, a series of violent explosions rang out as the aura of kings wreaked havoc in the sky. All the ancient beast kings were here, and they were all fighting fiercely. The intensity of the battle was dozens of times stronger and more tragic than the outside world. Resplendent blood light scattered in the sky. All kinds of powerful energy filled the world. The powerful ancient beast kings were also injured continuously. Colorful blood fell from the sky like pearls. The eyes of the ancient beast kings were all red as if they were in a frenzy. They displayed their strongest attacks. This was an intense battle where they did not care about their lives. They wanted nothing more than to tear their opponents apart. For the ancient beast kings to be so crazy, something must have appeared in the depths. It was very likely that a true pure-blooded ancient beast had appeared. Hence, Zi-Chen landed on the ground and carefully approached the mountain ridge. After advancing for more than 10 miles, he saw the burning man hiding in front of him. He did not have the strength to participate in the Battle of Kings. Right now, he was wandering around outside the turbulent energy, as if looking for an opportunity to pass through the turbulent energy. The energy between heaven and earth continued to surge. Ancient mountains and ancient trees exploded one after another. Endless smoke and dust filled the sky, covering the sun. Zi-Chan was unable to see through the turbulent energy to see what was in the depths. However, from the increasingly terrifying aura of the ancient beast kings, he felt an unusual aura. Suddenly, Zi-Chan let out a cry of surprise. He saw that the blood of the ancient beast kings all dissipated after falling to the ground. It was as if it had seeped into the soil. This discovery made Zi-Chan pale with fright. It had to be known that no matter what ancient beast king's blood he saw along the way, it would not dissipate after falling to the ground. That was because ancient beast king's blood contained an indescribable power. But now, the ancient beast king's blood that was left behind by the ancient beast kings suddenly disappeared after falling to the ground and turning into blood pearls. Regarding this discovery, Zi-Chan hid in the distance and carefully observed. After a while, cold sweat appeared on his forehead. A feeling of horror rose in his heart. The ancient beast king's blood had actually disappeared. It was as if something had suddenly swallowed and absorbed it. Could it be that the one emitting the ancient beast king's aura is a living existence? Furthermore, it has suffered heavy injuries and is currently absorbing the ancient beast king's blood to heal. This guess caused Zi-Chen's expression to change greatly. The coldness that had just risen in his heart became even stronger. Looking at the ancient beast kings, they all looked crazed and greedy, as if they wanted nothing more than to tear each other apart. It was as if they did not notice the abnormality of this place. Zi-Chen's loss of self-control caused his aura to dissipate. The burning man keenly sensed Zi-Chen's existence. He turned his head and looked at Zi-Chen with cold eyes. "What did you discover? What's in here?" Zi-Chen stared at the burning man from afar and asked. "Humph!" The burning man snorted coldly. The corner of his mouth curled up into a sinister smile. He turned his head and ignored Zi-Chen. However, looking at the burning man's appearance, it seemed that he still wanted to go deeper. Could it be that there's really something inside? What is it? Pure-blooded ancient beast king's essence blood? Zi-Chen pondered. After a while, he made up his mind. He decided to continue staying here and observe the situation. Obviously, the battle between the ancient beast kings would not end in a short period of time. Moreover, it was too dangerous to rush in now. As time passed, the intensity of the battle between the ancient beast kings decreased. Although the battle was still going on and various explosions were still loud, the ancient beast kings gave off a feeling that they were not paying attention. The ancient beast kings are obviously discussing about joining forces. This battle should be over soon. Zichen only needed a glance to understand what was going on. After attacking for a long time, the ancient beast kings that were not inferior to humans naturally wanted to find a way to break the stalemate. Indeed, in a short while, the ancient beast kings that had just calmed down launched another powerful attack. This time their attacks were even more ferocious and were all full attacks. Boom! Amidst a violent explosion, a king-level ancient beast king that had just unleashed a full power attack was struck by 7 or 8 attacks. Several bloody holes appeared on its body, and colorful blood flowed out from the wounds. The king-level ancient beast king let out a wail as its huge body fell to the ground. Damn it! You guys actually went back on your words. The ancient beast kings let out a furious roar. Clearly, it had been ambushed by the other ancient beast kings. Before it could stabilize its body in the air, it was swept away by the energy of several ancient beast kings. Then, its wail turned into a scream. After the miserable shrieks faded away, a king-level ancient beast had been killed. A powerful ancient beast king was killed in just 2 attacks by the ancient beast kings. At the same time, there were several screams in the sky. One by one, the ancient beast kings that had lost their lives after being ambushed fell to the ground. The mournful sound caused Chen's hair to stand on end. The sound of the king-level ancient beast smashing onto the ground made his heart tremble. In an instant, several powerful king-level beasts were killed. Damn it, you guys dared to ambush me. Even if I die, I won't let you guys have it. A severely injured ancient beast king let out a venomous roar. Then it turned into a ray of light and rushed into the depths. Stop it! Damn it, stop it! Panicked cries rang out in the area. Then the other king-level beasts all launched powerful attacks in an attempt to stop the other party. However, the ancient beast king from before was already determined to die. It burned its soul, and a powerful aura surged around it. Then it rushed into the depths. The energy in the sky slowly dissipated. At this moment, Chen saw the thing in front of him. His eyes narrowed and were filled with disbelief. In the depths, there was a tall platform that looked like an altar. On top of the altar, there was a glowing egg. In the entire space, the ferocious aura of the pure-blooded ancient beast kings was emitted from this glowing egg. At this moment, the ancient beast king that had gone berserk rushed towards the glowing egg. A powerful and terrifying aura surged around it as it attacked the glowing egg. Boom! A surge of energy instantly surged. The ancient beast king's powerful attack had already landed on the glowing egg. Now, at this moment, the ancient beast king's attention was on the glowing egg. The burning man also took the opportunity to rush into the depths. Seeing this, Chen turned into a ray of silver light and chased after the ancient beast king. The aura of a pure-blooded ancient beast king was emitted from the glowing egg. Clearly, it was a true pure-blooded ancient beast king's descendant. Even though the glowing egg was shattered, there was still a huge amount of energy essence inside. Chen naturally did not want to miss it. Boom! With a loud rumble, the glowing egg on the altar began to shake. Even the altar began to shake. However, before the ancient beast king could laugh, it realized that the shaking egg no longer moved. What?